Total aid funding amounts to 11 cents per female on earth, whereas every 11 minutes, a female dies somewhere in the world, including widows. Widows are not homogeneous. We have conflict widows. We have widows of COVID-19. We have child widows. My 5 minutes are up, but it's such a delight to be able to share with you the progression of how laws in and of themselves may not be the answer, but they are the start to the answer. Laws provide a framework. Laws provide a leveling for humanity. After all, we are one humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Ms. Hope, I see your hand. If you, we're going to open it up for questions in a few minutes. If you can wait till then, or if there's something really urgent you need to say. Okay.
Thank you. About this, I'm really happy to join you from Uganda. About the widows, first of all, I'm representing young widows. During COVID-19, many girls got pregnant, and that season, it is a season of politics. Many men, husbands of different wives, different women died during politics, and many women remained widows. They are suffering, they are not getting anything. In this country, widows are discriminated. Widows are not given chance to speak. Widows, their materials, their land is being grabbed. But there are very many school dropouts. They got pregnant during COVID-19. And their husbands, many of them were killed. COVID-19 took them. Even there is an outbreak of Ebola, took them. So they remained when they have no men. Their land is being grabbed. They are being discriminated. They have no chance of going back to school. They have no chance of getting to be skilled in our country. Like, they are took as failures. They can't do anything. That is how they see them. I have been in political.
Ms. Hope, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I really appreciate your insights. You're welcome to ask a question or share a little bit more later, but we need to get back through the panel. Is that all right? Well, I hope you'll share more later. So we have a few more minutes for our 5-minute introductions for the panelists, and then we'll open it up to discussion and questions. Our next panelist is Ms. Ibrahim Leathers, and she's going to talk a little bit about advocacy at the international level.
Thank you, Shannon. I appreciate it. So in listening to all of the comments, including Madam Hope, your comments as well, it's very clear to us that, and the reason why Global Fund for Widows structured this particular session is to enable to give tools to our partners around the world to be able to advocate for themselves in their local context. From an international perspective, we're listening and we're taking the information that you share with us and going to international parties. 5 years ago, I drafted a resolution for the United Nations in hopes that one day we'll be able to deliver it to the UN. And indeed, last year, we were able to deliver it to Sierra Leone. Minister Tarawali took that resolution, approved it, and we began a year-long negotiation process of that resolution through the United Nations. And it was finally passed in March of 2022. I met personally with over 100 countries to advocate on behalf of widows, specifically sharing with them the information that you give us. Specifically in the resolution, we asked for important things such as the registration of all marriages, because we feel that that is a major breakpoint. Widows are unable to prove that they were married and in not being able to prove that they're married, unable to collect death certificates, and therefore unable to inherit what is rightfully theirs under either secular cultural law or religious law, whatever the prevailing law is. So that was very important for us to put into the resolution as a protection for widows, and we were indeed successful in that endeavor. Secondly, we added widows to national action plans. What this means is that countries who are now going to be, who have adopted the resolution, and that is all countries, it was unanimously adopted, will be required going forward to add widowhood to their national action plans, which means they will need to begin putting social protections in place and advising on laws, creating laws, and also finally reporting on that progress to the international community. So there is a framework now available for you in your local contexts to begin working with your countries to address the issue of, we have a national action plan, where are widows in this? The idea is that we are offering an opportunity of encouragement. Do take this up with your local governments. It can start at the county level or the state level and then move to the national level. But we encourage you that, yes, you are being heard, just as Lily proved, just as Eleanor proved. It takes a long time, but every day that passes is one day closer to getting to those laws that are needed desperately within our own countries. I too have changed laws in Egypt, and my colleague Diana Kamande has changed laws in Kenya. And we encourage you to do so. One quick way to do this, and I encourage you to review all of the tips that Zarin is putting in the chat, but one way that we do encourage you to do this is to begin with a national census or a national registration. Lily went around her entire country. Diana went around her entire country, Nepal and Kenya. They knew how many widows there really truly were. Register your widows. Travel the country, work with other NGOs in your country. Once you have that registration of widows, it becomes a very, very valuable tool. Your government will become very interested in that because they understand that those are constituents who need their support, and they understand that these are women who will in turn support them. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention. Shannon, do we have time for additional questions?
Yeah, well, we want to open up the floor for questions for our panelists about local, regional, and regional, national, and international advocacy. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, we've got about 20 minutes for questions.
Okay, did Hope have a question?
Yeah, Ms. Hope, do you have a question? She might have stepped away for a moment. I see Ms. Khanna has her hand up. And then Ms.
Heather,
Herman.
I just wanted to add, when you talked about census, in many countries, including India, when the census is done, they just ask whether you're married or not, married, widowed, divorced. But we are trying to put in a specific question that married, widowed, because the entire question of widowed includes widowers also. So we want a specific column which says you are widowed and not a widower. So when we talk about 48 million widowed in this country, out of that, in actuality, only 4 million are widowers, 44 million are widows. So I think this is a point that has to be added into the national census. We don't want widows to be bunched along with widowers because the vulnerabilities are different.
Thank you. Ms. Herman?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'm unmuted. I would like to bring up half widows. I know that that is a big issue in India and Kashmir. And Mira, I know the Gulf Service and the Alliance have been very attentive to that. But the number of half widows is increasing because the wife of the lost or missing person, he never reveals. She may never know what happened to him. So the half widow is, in fact, part of our consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Khanna? You're on mute.
May I just add to that, Lois? Thank you very much for bringing the issue up of half widows. And because of the advocacy that was done by organizations working on the issue of widows and widowhood, the Indian Evidence Act, which said that you have to wait for 7 years to prove that your husband is dead, that has been reduced now to 4 years. So within 4 years of the person being missing, the widow can claim the property and the immovable and movable assets. But having said that, many women are not aware because there is such a lack of awareness on the changes in the law. So the need to create that kind of awareness among the community becomes very imperative.
Thank you so much. Ms. Thapa?
In terms of half widows, Louise, in Nepal, there's a kind of a tradition where the girls get married before the first menstruation, and then the boys don't want it to take the girls when they grow up, So there are hundreds, more than thousands of the young girls who are considered themselves as a half widows, because they never go to the husband's house, or they, and they don't inherit in the husband's property. We call them half widows. If you just look on the YouTube channel, they have made a documentary on half widows of Nepal by London, UK, some channel, So from National Human Rights Commission, right now we are doing a study on the half widows whose girls get married before the first menstruation, and WHR already been filed the cases to the Supreme Court to change that kind of a practices, but it takes very difficult because it has been deep rooted in the cultural traditional things. So we still have that kind of a marriage in some particular areas in Tarai belt neighboring to the India, because I know that in India also the practice is the same. The girls get married before the first menstruation. They never go to the husband's house. They even don't know who their husband are, but they are not married. They are not widow.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions or comments that people would like to share for our panelists?
I would just ask Ms. Hope again if you wanted to ask a question. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. My question is, how do we term these women who always they are having kids and they are divorced with their husband or dumped by their husband? Those husbands, they don't take care of those mothers with their children. How do we take those mothers? Because in Uganda, like 300 in a village, or 3 million of women are being dumped by their husband. They don't take care of their husband. Do we take those as widows? Because most women in Uganda, they tend to call themselves that I'm a widow, basing that their father, they don't take care of their kids. How do we take those women? Are they widows also?
I'll take that. Yes, Hope, Global Fund for Widows recognizes abandoned women as widows because they have the same reality as a widow in terms of being left alone as female head of household, but doesn't have the luxury of knowing whether her husband is alive or dead or where his whereabouts are. So abandoned women are included in our definition of a widow, and we do work with them on certain occasions. What is needed is local advocacy. So the responsibility really goes back to you as an organizer of your community to raise the voices of these girls back to your duty bearers, back to the local leaders, in order to say, we can't keep doing this to our community. We're unraveling our families, we're unraveling our economy, and begin to work with them, bring the evidence. All of the recommendations that Zarin put in the chat are really good initial steps. Don't be afraid of taking that initial step. Maybe you start with a religious leader who's close to you, and you can begin that work that way. But it's very important for you to start the work, start advocacy, start being their voice, because as we all know, widows have lost their voice. I would say again, take their names, put their names down, create a registry, and go to the local leaders and say, can you imagine if these girls were educated, what they would do for our economy? Can you imagine if these women were not widowed and their children were being educated, how much our economies would flourish? Continue, start the work, start going, start advocating. It's extremely important. If you don't take that first step, then we're never going to get anywhere closer. So that's how I would offer my thoughts on that.
Thank you so much. I see Kennedy Guasai and then Zarin Hainsworth. Would you like to ask you're welcome to ask your question if you'd like.
Yes, hello. I have just one concern. Hello?
We can hear you.
I have one concern. Hello? I have one concern about the shelters and the education of these orphans. How can we help them? Because you find that these people cannot raise the money to take their children in school. As other people have spoken about the relocation, maybe they cannot be inherited. You find them now, they cannot be stable in their family. So what can we handle the issues of the shelters and the education part of it? If I cannot go further about even the economic empowerment, it is an issue that is affecting these people too much. So as the organization, I think we can come together so that we can see that we can help these people. Because if you check even in the organization in Kenya, like this one, I'm from Kenya, we have this bulky and we have this great problem to assist them. So I think when we come together like this, we can see the mechanism whereby these people can get the shelters. There are some people who have ran from their homes. They were chased away with their relatives after the death of their husband. So they have come and flocked in Nairobi, and these people should go back in their homes because the lands maybe can be there, but there's no enough money for them to erect even the shelters. So that's a big problem that we have discovered in Kenya, and this one should be addressed, and we should get more to support this function of the shelters and the education part of it. Otherwise, I rest my questions there.
Can I just follow up on something that, Heather said, and actually one of the questions in the chat, which is about, how to start this local advocacy. And one of the things that has been happening with an organization called Nasarian in Tanzania is they just started inviting a few widows together and sitting under the tree and having a chat, asking them their stories and starting to take their names down and starting documenting their stories. And as that started to happen, and then they started having training for those widows on the local constitution and raising awareness of their human rights, gradually more and more widows started coming forwards because because it's a taboo issue. They were hiding when they'd been inherited by their brothers, by their husband's brother. They became the least wife, even if they'd been the first wife in their first marriage. So they were hiding. They felt shame. But when they started gathering together, just sitting around and talking to each other and sharing stories, it was a way of both empowering the women to see that their situation was shared by so many, but it was also a way of gathering data. And that evidence is vital because you can then go at the local level or the national level and say, we have so many widows and their names are, and their children are, they have 8 daughters or they have 10 children or whatever it happens to be. And this is a situation of them and their daughters. It's a very practical, real set of data, which is very important. And every single person on this call, every single organization can do that. Of course, if you can change the law and get things in the census and so forth, that's even better. But as a first step, this kind of evidence is not difficult to achieve, and it fulfills many purposes. It gathers the data, but it also provides the women with this space where suddenly they don't see themselves as the victim. They see themselves as part of this powerful demographic.
Thank you so much. And I was wondering if Dinah might be willing to answer the question about orphans. I know she's done some advocacy work around school bursaries. She may have stepped away for a moment. So I see, is Freddie here? Maybe he could talk about that. He may have stepped away. Heather.
I'll take that. I worked with Diana and Freddie in Kenya regarding this issue specifically, and that's indeed why we included national action plans in the resolution, specifically to allow social protections such as school bursaries. So in Kenya, the government is focused on providing school bursaries to the children of widows. And this is because Diana was able to take that information from her local registrations around her country to the government and say, this is the need of the widows. This is what they need. Again, based on your responses, the number one thing widows need is access to capital and decent work. We'll get to that in a later session. The second thing is laws. They're not going to know what laws to change unless you tell them what laws need to change. And third, school fees. School fees will happen if you go to your governments and you say these widows have been disinherited, they have no means to get children to school. We need the support of the government. So these are social protections that could be considered insurmountable, but truly are not when you go to your governments. But you have to begin the work. Start going to them.
Thank you so much. I see 2 more hands. I think we have time for 2 more questions, and then we've got about 5 minutes before we need to wrap up this session. Miss Gelato and Miss Kelly. Adekani, do you wanna ask your question? I think you're on mute.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. My name is Oladejo Adenike. I'm speaking from Lagos, Nigeria, and I represent an organization called Widows Rejoice Mission, which has been catering for the need of the widows. Yeah, talking in terms of advocacy, I have been raising my voice for the past 5 years, and I'm still raising my voice and campaigning and raising my voice, speaking my voice on behalf of this category of these women. But I realized that on this mission, it's like you're just left all alone because nobody wants to associate with the widows or with the dead. It's like there is a mission which is not popular. or most people don't want to relate with it, but you still fight on. So it's like you just all alone, still fighting the battle. So how do one go about this, even as we try to raise our voice to speak on behalf of the widows and what they are going through? That's number one question. And number two question that I have, we on our part, have been doing a lot to support and to empower. In fact, we have many empowerment programs to alleviate the suffering of these women, various empowerment programs and all that. But it's so unfortunate that from this part of the country where we come from, the support is not there. So most of the time, it depends on individual support and people who believe in the cause that you are running. And so based on this, we do the payment of the school fees, we do the support and all that we have in our capacity to do.
Right.
So
No.
how do we able to get over all those challenges?
Okay,
Thank
no,
you.
I understand, and I'll take that question too, because my sister Eleanor has left the group. She has another meeting that she's attending in South Africa, as you know. In Nigeria, we worked with Dr. Eleanor and we worked with Madam Hope Nekwakwasi to begin, and as well as your First Lady and Minister of Gender, to begin a registration of widows. It was advertised throughout COVID on the radio. We worked really hard to get your widows registered across all of Nigeria. In Nigeria, the official census says there are 3.2 million widows. My personal estimate, it's closer to 20 million. So it's very important for us to be able to tell the government, who are they? Where are they? Right? We go back to this registration. So the step one, please go out and start registering widows. Connect with the other organizations in Lagos, in Abuja. There are so many organizations of widows groups, and we can send you a link and circulate all of the Nigerian organizations to all of you so that you begin to work together. That's the number one thing I would recommend. Register your widows. Currently, the registration, the last I heard, was 35,000 widows, which is impressive, but nowhere near close to what we believe is 20 million widows. So that's number one. Number two, how do we your question regarding how do we get attention and funding for this, right? Because they need funds. The bottom line is the widows have to generate the funds themselves, and that's through economic empowerment. Later on in the session, you'll learn about the Wasalas and how Global Fund for Widows proposes to bring economic empowerment. But I can tell you from the interventions that we've done across the country, the countries that we operate, we've taken widows who are earning less than $1 a day to more than $500 per month. So $28 per month to $500 per month as a result of their own economic empowerment, their own activity. And I think that that's really very key to that. So I know we have a lot of questions. Elena, do we have the opportunity to extend this session for a few more, just one or two more questions?
Yes, we can. After this, we have a half an hour break. So whoever wants to stay longer in this meeting, you're more than welcome to.
Shannon, thank you. I throw it back to you, Shannon.
Great. Thank you so much. I see Matiko Nelly and then Dinah Kamande.
Yes, Shannon, my name is Nelly Mitoko. I'm representing Women of Faith Investment Group here in Kenya. And I like this forum and this summit, how I wish all of us could have been here so that they can learn a lot. But remember, for the widows, nobody wants to associate with widows. And especially when they are trying maybe to get these things, for example, maybe bursary. I've seen Ibrahim talking about bursaries in Kenya. Remember, there's nobody who can even help these widows to access these bursaries. And maybe you find the government will only give those kids who have parents and leaving widows there miserable. I'm one of the widows and I've tested this, and I believe if we can empower women, these widows, to get something, look for their own money so that they can even support their kids' school fees, they can even own properties rather than running up and down chasing for bursaries. So I'm for the idea, if we can empower women, these widows, to have something, the better. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you so much. I see Dinah Kamande and then Jacqueline Musagani.
Can I just answer what was asked just now, if time permits?
Do you want to repeat your question?
Can I? I just wanted to answer the last question that was asked.
Go ahead.
If it is all right, because I think I'm eating into other people's time, but I'll make it a quick one. See, as much as we talk about widows generating their own income, and it is important for them to be entrepreneurs, or the fact that they take control of their lives, but the fact remains, it is the onus of the governments, because it is a right of the citizen of the country to be able to live a life of dignity. So let us not take away the responsibility. Let us not absolve the state parties of their responsibility. It is important that state parties create laws of just inheritance. It is important that state parties create a pension system for widows, create quota in housing, create quota for children in education for children of widows, which many countries are doing. So as much as widows are responsible for their empowerment, we must advocate with the states, because the responsibility as their citizens it's the right, it's the entitlement of a widow to live a life of dignity. So let's not absolve the state parties of their responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did any of the other panelists want to respond? All right, we'll move on to the next question. I see Dinah Kamande and then Jacqueline Musagani.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay. I would love to respond to what my sister from Kenya said about bursaries and how difficult it is to access bursaries. I think we should take this conversation and make it more deeper once we are done with this summit, because I also used to fear government many years ago. But the moment I came close to government, I came close to people in leadership, I came to realize that they are easily approachable if you have an idea, if you can show the real thing on the ground, not just going and telling them this is what I'm doing, but they're able to see. For example, I can give an example today. Just before I joined the meeting, I went to meet our woman representative for Nairobi County, and I was able to table our issue and tell her how many children from her county I am taking to high school, who are joining high school. And she has already promised to give me bursary applications for 150 children. It only depends with how you approach. And this is not something we're just doing with her. I'm doing the same actually in Homa Bay County. I've engaged the governor there, Honorable Gladys Wanga. So it's something that is doable if you only take a step. So I want to say, as leaders and as widow leaders, nothing will be brought to us. We just have to take a step. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did any of the panelists want to respond?
Just very briefly, because I have to go, unfortunately, but I think there has to be this balance between, we should be advocating, we've got to have this like three-pronged approach. We have to be advocating for things like implementation of the National Action Plan, having proper census, having proper social benefits, and all of those things. That's something we definitely have to work on. But at the same time, we need to be doing what Heather also mentioned, and Dinah also mentioned, is every single person here, anybody who's interested in widows, can do that data collection and can do that self-empowerment, so that widows believe in themselves Of course, there are structural inequalities, and those can only be changed. They can be changed by legislation, but actually structural inequalities change when people change their mindsets. And that's something that all of us can be involved in.
Thank you so much. I see Jacqueline Musagani and Uswe Hope. Jacqueline, would you like to ask your question? You're welcome to do so.
Okay, my concern is real. My heart is bleeding because of my country. I'm hearing my colleagues saying that they get bursaries from their government, but my government, we are left behind. The kids are being left behind. Really, I'm asking myself, why my country? I have tried all the means to approach these people in the government so that I can get support, but I have totally failed. They are not recognizing them. But once you go there, they just tell you, you join government schools, but there is poor education. They are not being catered at all. I'm hearing my friends saying that they're getting bursaries from their government, but for us, we are being left behind. But all in all, what I'm requesting is only one. I wish I can get support so that we can start up some projects so that these women can just generate their money on their own. We stop begging the government that please help us, help us. There are some projects that we can start in Uganda. We can generate money. For example, skilling mothers like catering, hairdressing. It can help them to generate money. My country, we are widows, especially these HIV positive widows and young widows. We are being left behind. There is no medication. We are left behind. Wherever you contact your friends from other countries, they tell you, no, we get support from the government. But for me, I have tried to move to different politicians, different people in the government, so that we can get support. We have totally failed. We are left behind. They just see us as failures.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we can do
Hope this is the reality of almost every country that we work with. The reality is that the governments are seemingly overwhelmed with their own budgets. And, finding budget in each of these countries is very difficult. We always recommend the same approach, which we're recommending now. And Kenya was a great example because before we started working with Kenya, there were no school bursaries, that were offered to widows specifically. It was something that we worked with Diana Kamande and Come Together Widows and Orphans in Kenya to do, and we're successful. It took a long time, but we continued, we persevered. So I would say, begin to register your widows, find out where they are, collect the data, as Zarin said as well, and then continue to go, maybe not necessarily to the politicians first, but start with the local government. And then once you continue to collect that information, those lists become powerful. Your Minister of Gender becomes very, very important in partnership with you on this as well. So I would recommend that's the best way to move forward with this. It'll take time, but now that we have a resolution that requests and requires national action plans, you can reference that. And again, I strongly recommend you go along with the frameworks that Zarin put in the chat for everyone. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. I see. Sorry.
Thank you. But last week, I tried to meet the Minister of Gender about this because I'm representing young HIV widows. They are HIV positive and they are widows. They have children. About the response that I got from the Minister of Gender, it was not all supportive. They were just told that you can find something that you can do without getting support. I felt broken, said, oh God, but what we can do, I was suggesting maybe Once we get support, we can at least try to set up projects which can generate money, which can generate funds to help these mothers on their own to stop bleeding. For example, skilling them, teaching them, taking back these mothers, these young mothers to school so that they can continue with their school, giving them something to eat. I think it can be better, but on my side, my country is has abandoned HIV widows, young girls. The widows are not recognized, independent mothers, even the girls are being raped. There is no follow-up on them. So my heart is really bleeding on behalf of these mothers. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And I think all of our hearts hurt over these issues and why we are doing this advocacy and working on changing the national laws. And we've got a few more minutes for this panel on advocacy. I see 3 hands. I see 4 hands. Jacqueline Musugani, and then Her Majesty the Queen Mother.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Can I speak in French, please? Can I speak in French?
No, unfortunately, I don't think that most of the panel understands. Could you just speak in English and we'll do our best to understand? Thank you.
Yes. Merci beaucoup. Je ne sais pas si je peux me faire comprendre. Nous travaillons dans l'association.
Ms. Jacqueline, we won't be able to understand. Most of the panel is Anglophone. If you could speak in English, otherwise, if you put your question in the chat, we can translate it.
Yeah, I speak small English.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Myself, I'm widowed. We were in the east of Democratic Republic of Congo. It is running. I don't know if you can understand me. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, there is widows are in very difficult. Widows are very difficult because we are in war. We are in war at the end of Democratic Republic of Congo. The widows are suffering. The widows are suffering. The problem of widow is not considered because there is war in Democratic Republic of Congo, and we are in very difficult. There is a lot of widows. There is a lot of children of widow. We are unable to capacity widows. We have we need the help to capacity the widow have not a place to sleep. There is no they have need the home to stay. They have need the power to economic. There is the problem to education of the children of widow. There is a lot of problems. The widows are suffering with the problem to heritage, the problem to consider them, the family of the family of the husband of widow who dies are suffering. The widow, there is no, the widows are no support to they live. So there is a very problem. I am not able to speak on English. I am learning English. I know a very small English that I think that you understand me in my message. The widows are suffering in Democratic Republic of Congo because there is war. Today, there is war in the east of Republic of Democratic of Congo. So there is a lot of problem for the widow in our country. I don't know, because Teresa, I will write you a message to when I will have a person to translate for me in English. I will send a message for the problem of the widow in Democratic Republic of Congo, because today there is war in the part of east of Democratic of Congo. The widow.
Ms. Jacqueline, we understand that there's war and it is tragic, and we're working on getting a resolution passed to protect widows in conflict through the Security Council. It's a big priority for Global Fund for Widows and the government of Sierra Leone for next year. And so we hear you, we understand, you know, it is a tragedy and widows are left behind. It's a sin and we're working on it. Shannon, back over to you.
Yeah, if we have just a few, probably 2 more minutes, if people could quickly ask their questions. I see Her Majesty the Queen.
One more question.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kezia Odero from Kenya, specifically Homa Bay County. And I represent an organization by the name Queen Mother of Integrity International. And I've been working with widows closely. I've been trying to mobilize them and put them into groups that are already registered and they have certificates. And first, I would like to say thank you to Madam Diana Kamande. And actually, I know she has my letter and my invitation back in 2022 when we were celebrating International Widows Day. I'm not a widow myself, but my mom became widowed in 2020. And I saw how vulnerable she was. That's how I came to have this idea of supporting the widows. And someone said back there that you reach out to the government, but there's limited when it comes to response, or it's about who knows who. Why am I saying this? Because I've reached out to Diana when I came across the Come Together Widows and Orphans in Kenya. Back then it was hard because it was during COVID. She didn't get to give support for the widows that I already have. I have over 20 groups, that is over 400 widows in Homa Bay County within few, almost 7 sub-counties out of the 9 that we now have. And they're so much vulnerable. When they see you bringing them together, they know there's support. But my organization is very young. I've not been able to get a sponsorship or anything, but I've been able to empower them through socio-economic empowerment, connecting them to even the social department. With that one, I thank the government, because we now have the mini fund, which is specifically for widows and for those who have registered. So by empowering them to get involved in doing small businesses and getting these funds, I say that is now helping them. Some of them are now able to have their own businesses and support their children without them waiting for the bursary. But this problem of know who is coming in, like now I understand Diana says she's working with our governor from Homa Bay. I reached out to her last year. She gave me, there was a response that she was not able to attend the first ever organized Widows International Widows Day in Homa Bay with the widows groups that I have. I reached out even to our governor, the current governor. At that point, they were campaigning. She has my letter, my invitation letter. They were not able to attend. And when this is now happening, they happen to forget the voice that has been there and start working with, I don't know how they come to get these groups, but you will find that I've done this for quite long, and these people are waiting for maybe the help, but no one is responding. And then you get to know someone is also working. They're working But the group that you have that you've been trying to reach out for them, there's that neglect. So it means when it comes to supporting, maybe they choose or they try to know who is who, and then they forget the voice that has been there. So I would request even our able Madam Diana Kamande that I'm in Homa Bay, working with widows from Homa Bay, though I'm based in Nairobi, but I'm usually here trying to empower them. I have groups of widows who I've empowered. They're having their small businesses, but their challenge is that they're looking towards the government to support them. If you're in a position to reach out to our governor, like you have said, I would also appreciate if you reach out to me or we get access to each other like I had requested before, so that we can do this together and help these vulnerable women. We are the voice. And if we are the voice, others should not be neglected. Otherwise, I thank the host of this meeting for giving me the opportunity, and let's work together and be the voice so that our widows can be able to get the support they need. My organization is still very young, and I'm looking out to each and everyone who can come in and support us so that we can be able to touch lives of these widows and even the orphan children. Thank you.
Many congratulations on the initial stages of your organization, and we look forward to seeing the results and impact as it continues throughout time. We're going to stop. We're about 20 minutes over, so there'll be more opportunities to ask questions and to engage after the break, but we want to make sure everybody has time to take a break. At this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene here in about 10 minutes, which will be 8 a.m. US time. Hope you all have a good break, and looking forward to seeing you in a few minutes again.
Hi, just to add, there's no need for you to leave the meeting. You can stay in the meeting and just come back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. See you all in a bit. Hi, welcome back. Hope you all had a good break. We're going to be moving on to our next session, which is a little bit longer. It's 90 minutes, and this one is about climate change, resilience, and sustainable enterprises. We've seen major impact of climate change on our programming at Global Fund for Widows. Of course, we start banks that are fully owned by widows, and then those banks then lend out money to start businesses to the same group of women. And the major enterprises are all connected to agriculture. The number one enterprise that women start through WSALAs is green groceries, and the interconnection between agriculture, economic development, and these businesses and climate change is very substantial. So we see a big relationship between economic empowerment, economic growth, and climate change, as so many countries around the world have economies that are majorly rooted in climate change. So in this panel, we're going to talk a little bit about both climate change prevention and sustainable enterprise, as well as climate change resilience and responding to the impacts of climate change, including droughts and other issues like that. So I'm going to introduce the panel, and then very briefly, we're going to, each person is going to have 5 minutes to answer a few questions. So we have a few structured questions that we discussed with the panelists to focus on key issues. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the panel now. Our first panelist is Monica Sanders, who's a professor of law at Georgetown University and the founder of the Undivide Project that addresses policy changes needed intersection between digital and climate equity. Our second panelist is Dominique Clauser, who leads R&D at Sintinga Foundation and for Sustainable and Agriculture. They have a PhD in molecular plant-based interactions. And then our next panelist is Latrice Taylor, who's a program manager at Sustainable Intensification Innovation Lab at Kansas State University. She brings expertise in project management, monitoring, evaluation, of agricultural products, as well as having done work as a researcher. So our first questions go to Latrice Taylor. So for Latrice Taylor, one is, how can we increase the involvement and empowerment of women in agriculture production and processing? Our second question for the 5-minute talk is, how can we support widows to sustainably increase production of nutritious food and encourage dietary diversity? And our third question is, could you share how best practices on how to increase food production through improved crop production techniques while minimizing environmental impact?
Can I ask a question before I get started? I thought we were going to do slight introductions on our organizations to kind of give you guys an understanding more of, what we do, or who our organizations are and what they do before we rolled into the questions. Is that?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great. That's great. Please do.
Okay. I noticed that they weren't using slides earlier. So if the other panelists are not using slides, I won't use slides. Dominic and Monica, what say you? No slides.
Latrice, feel free to use slides if you prefer.
No, that's fine. I will just talk off the cuff. Hold on just a second. All right, so she's already made the introduction, so I will just roll right into what the Sustainable Intensification Innovation Lab, how it came about, and what we do. So I think that we can all agree that we have experienced global challenges and continue to experience global challenges, whether it's food insecurity, water scarcity, income inequality, COVID-19, locust plagues. I mean, it's just a multitude of crises that continue to impact our lives. And SIL takes a systems approach, and we believe that approach works through multidisciplinary teams. We fall under the Feed the Future program. It is brings together 11 agencies in the United States with the United States Agency for International Development as lead. The objectives are inclusive, sustainable ag, strengthen resilience, rural Norris population. And the key thing here is that these programs, initiatives, consortia that we have are host country led priorities. So we have in-country partners from start to finish on our research initiatives. And our work includes research, capacity building, and development activities. Our front office is a small group, a core group of 8. And so we partner with 12 other universities, researchers, and extensive consortia across the United States, and over 40 national ag research and extension systems around the world. Again, we are systems-based, so sustainable intensification. There are 21 Feed the Future innovation labs. Some of them, the other ones are commodity-based, so sorghum and millet, peanut, for example. There are 4 here at Kansas State University. Sustainable intensification, the way that we define it, is increasing food production from existing farmlands while minimizing the negative effects. So very key to the conversation we're having today. And it optimizes production of farming systems per unit of time. So, you know, a lot of times we think more is better, but not always the case. Our objectives, socioeconomic, ecological, and genetic. So we hit all the understanding the barriers that, you know, the widows might encounter, enabling environments, creating sustainable livelihoods, cropping systems, diversifying those cropping systems, and then also looking at genetics, so new crop varieties for improved nutrition and higher yields. And so finally, we have 4 objectives, but basically we are looking to embrace the goal of sustainable intensification, to provide that access to the safe, nutritious, and healthy food, engage a multidisciplinary research team, like I alluded to earlier. And then we use a co-creation process for all of our projects, programs, initiatives, and consortia, so that a host country stakeholders and partners are actually identifying what our programs and projects look like. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next panelist is Monica Sanders. And if you want to talk a little bit about what your organization does, and then we have 3 questions, and our 3 questions for you are: 1 is, what do we need to be doing to support resilience and sustainability to climate change? 2, what is the role of women in community resilience? And 3, how do we need to rethink advocacy? How do we need to consider policy changes around these issues?
All right, sounds good. Good morning or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are joining us. Thank you so much for having me join this conversation. So my name is Monica Sanders. I am a professor of law at Georgetown University. And I also run a nonprofit called the Undivide Project, where we look at the intersection of digital divestment and climate injustice. And so why is that important in the context that we're speaking in? When we look at these intersections, we also need to look at intersectional people, right? People who vis-a-vis the general population don't have the same amount of access to public goods and resources as others. And so one of the things that we do is we look at the conditions in a community and help to understand not just the general risk of a community, but also the risk profile of the people who are in the most vulnerable positions. And then we co-create with our community partners the kinds of solutions that work for them. And the solutions that we come up with are as diverse as our community partners, right? in one urban area where there is a lot of access to resources, and the reasons why people aren't able to get what they need to build resilience is a policy issue. We're doing some policy and advocacy work, right? In another more rural community where the issue is structural, then we are deep in that community looking at some agricultural solutions, looking at building community-owned Wi-Fi so that the community owns that and owns the benefits that come from that network to put them on a path towards building not just climate resilience, but also to get some economic and financial flows going into a deeply marginalized community. So that's in a nutshell what the organization does. And then of course, I teach at a wonderful law center that has a social justice mission. So all of this is supported by wonderful young lawyers who are thinking up creative policy and legal solutions to support all of these things in the communities that we work with. So now for your first question, Shannon, you know, when we're talking about climate resilience, we're talking about more than just science. We're talking about how all of this information that we've taken in about what's happening to our planet lands on communities. And we're talking about how in the communities, more often than not, when we're talking about divested individuals, it's people who identify as women. And then when we look at that in different ways, at different intersections, whether it's about gender expression, legal status in this case, or marital status, you know, in the group that we're talking to today, that level of divestment deepens. And so if we can solve for the people who are living on the front lines of the impact, then we can solve for the global society at large. So when we're talking about how can we build resilience, I think the first step in that is really getting to the core of defining about what resilience really means. Because one, sometimes we overuse the word and it's about people being resilient because they've had to respond to a variety of shocks and upsets so many times until they've engineered ways around a solution as opposed to having a bespoke solution delivered to them. And then this question about what is the role of women in climate change? Look, most of the time when we're talking about this, women are the holders of resilience in their community. And when women don't have full access to political rights and economic resources, public resources, we set the entire community back, okay? For example, when we're talking about nature-based solutions broadly in the international context and in the United States, who are the individuals who are actually doing the activities that we consider to be nature-based solutions, right? Regenerative finance, holistic product design, who are bringing these things to market. More often than not, it's women. And more often than not, women are also in care positions. They are cornerstones of communities. So when we talk about putting the frameworks together, there is rarely a building block that you could look at where the person who identifies as the leader of that building block is also a woman. Okay. And then I think your second question was about advocacy. When we ask people to advocate, we should think about what we are asking them to advocate for, right? I can speak from the United States when we're talking about widowhood and having widows advocate. We define this in a very narrow way. We often think about just a woman who is unmarried for some reason. And most of the time we think of this woman as being unmarried with some sort of either inherited or court-given assets. We rarely think about widowhood in terms of someone being divested from community, not having good social cohesion, and not having economic mobility. And so as we're thinking externally about our advocacy efforts, we need to rethink that in the US political system. When we are performing our international outreach in the United States, I think we need to have a better understanding of what all of these different aspects of widowhood mean and retool what we're asking of the international community to deliver, right? And your organization is one of the experts in helping to really understand what that means. As a community looking in, a lot of this, if you want something to be sustainable, and I'm speaking from a lawyer's perspective, it needs to have solid, intentional legal frameworks. Not policies and principles and virtues delivered, because that doesn't force any organization or sovereign or group of people to take action. Something that is a clearly defined requirement with a penalty or an outcome for not completing that requirement is what we want. So I think this is an opportunity to think about how we do micro enterprise, how we look at resolutions from the General Assembly of the UN versus the Security Council, how we look at an intentional legislative action as opposed to resolutions and principles needs to be rethought, and we need to have codified intentional action is what we should be advocating for if we want to get to a place of truly inclusive climate resilience. And so I will leave it at that and hand it back to you, Shannon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll go ahead and introduce our next speaker, and we'll be going through 2 more sets of questions, and then we'll open up for questions and comments about climate resilience and widowhood after we've gone through all the speakers. So our next panelist is Dominique Klausner, and the 2 questions we have are: one is, could you talk a little bit about the relationship between agriculture, economic growth, and climate resilience? And 2, could you address the risk and importance of resilience in agriculture, climate markets, pests and disease, and the lack of resilience in smallholder farming?
Thanks so much, Shannon. And yeah, good morning and good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be speaking to you today. As already introduced, my name is Dominique Klauser. I'm the R&D Director of the Syngenta Foundation for Sustainable Agriculture. Some of you might recognize the name Syngenta, which is one of the bigger, agri-sciences companies in the world. We were founded by this company 30 years ago with the mandate to purely focus on smallholder farming systems, which is, a customer segment, I would say, that is not really served by the company. We share the name with Syngenta, but we are completely independent. It's a requirement under Swiss law, and this is where we are based, to be completely independent. So we have our own program. And so we're a small NPO. We are based in Switzerland, our headquarters, but we actually have country teams in 8 countries. We have roughly 150 staff in these countries, 4 in Africa, 4 in Asia. And many of these countries have challenges that are covered by the organization that hosts the meeting today. And I come into more detail about that later. Our focus is on 3 aspects of smallholder farming. First is seeds, access to genetics. And here we're specifically speaking about what we term non-commercial crops. So where there is no private sector really that delivers the seed to farmers, but it's relevant to smallholders. Examples are, for instance, beans, legumes, pulse crops, tuber crops like cassava and potato. The second lever is finance, especially insurance, risk management for farmers. That's where we work in. And the third area is access to markets, particularly offtake markets, to give farmer communities a better position in negotiations, better bargaining positions on prices and so forth. So that's the 3 areas. And I think what's quite important, and it comes back to the point that Monica raised before, is we want to catalyze business. We are not charity. We want to create sustainable business in the countries we work in. And that's only possible if we have what we call conducive policies, a solid policy, a solid legal framework that allows for investment and that motivates investment in these businesses. And I think that's where, organizations like Global Widowhood play a massive role. Land tenure, for instance, is a major challenge we face. But if land tenure is not resolved in these countries, farmers don't really have a motivation to invest, and therefore we will not have agricultural production growth. And maybe that leads me to your questions. So the first one is, why agriculture? What is the link between agricultural growth and economic growth? I think first and foremost, we have to be aware that agriculture is the dominant sector in all these countries we work in, and probably in all developing countries or most developing countries. It's probably around 20 to 40% of GDP contribution. Probably 60 to 80% of labor is still in agriculture, particularly in small-scale agriculture. Secondly, agriculture is really where value gets created. This is where products are, where things are grown, crops are grown, that then are later in the value chain. You have processing, value addition, and so forth. So by ensuring agricultural production, you actually build the basis for subsequent industries to add value and to drive economic growth. And that's probably the point. How to come in is here. If we can drive agricultural production growth, and to Latrice's point, sustainably intensify agricultural production, that will help us then to grow the economy overall. So that's the idea behind sort of our theory of change. Now, to drive agricultural production, you have to motivate not just farmers, but many players along the value chain to invest in inputs, invest in, you know, mechanization, fertilizers, equipment, and so forth. And that investment, you know, you can only do that investment if you have money at the beginning of the season. And this is where resilience kicks in. If you have a total yield loss, as we experience ever so often in the countries we work in, farmers don't have anything to invest at the beginning of a season, and they just fall back. So only resilient systems, in my opinion, can grow. And I think that's why we have to be much more focused on resilience. Probably in the climate change agenda, I think it's the most important component. Of course, mitigation is important, but it's also, you know, I'm speaking to you from Switzerland. It's also the duty of the global north to think about mitigation. In the global south, adaptation and resilience are probably really the major areas where I think investment is needed. Coming to your second question on that, yeah, I already said it. Agriculture is the sector that is most exposed to climate change. You know, if you have too much water or not enough water, it's gonna affect your production. Too much water at planting, you can't go to your field, you cannot plant, or you flood your crop. Not enough water, drought. Of course, you know the consequences. Plants don't grow. Resilient farming systems, and again, I'm speaking from a Swiss or a US perspective, they have, you know, a number of levers to deal with this exposure to risk. They have infrastructure, they have dam, they have irrigation channels, irrigation systems, they have genetics and R&D, you know, continuous research into improved varieties. They have data, weather forecasting systems, long-term, short-term, and they have equipment. They can immediately harvest, for instance, if a thunderstorm arrives, because they have a massive combine harvester, so many of them have. Whereas smallholder farmers lack all these aspects. They don't really have access to infrastructure, not to equipment, not to risk management tools like insurance. So I think that's why smallholder farmers are, you know, so much more exposed to climate change, and why we need to really, again, invest into adaptation and making these systems more resilient. I have two more points and then I stop. I think what is also important to know, again, if you compare farmers, and I don't know what the average size of a US farm is, probably 100 hectares or so, that's a massive asset you have and an asset base you can work on. So if you have a crop failure, you still have some assets that you can help you trigger investments. Smallholder farmers that we work with, they hardly have any assets to fall back on. So that greatly limits the opportunity to recover. Not even, most of them don't even own the land. I think coming again to that point of legal security. And I think the final point is looking at the geographical location of most smallholder farming systems around the equator. We have to bear in mind that these are the latitudes that take the brunt of climate change, where, you know, the erratic weather will really be most damaging, where drought and heat will be the most limiting factors. So again, they're just much more exposed to what we experience, or I experience, in the global north. So I think that gives you a reason why I think investment in agriculture and in making agriculture more resilient is so important.
Thank you so much. We're gonna go back to Latrice Taylor to answer some of the questions. Do you want me to read the questions again, or do you want to?
I actually have them, so I will just kind of jump right in, and then you can remind me if I if I miss one. So I think that, you know, speaking, you know, so still we deal with gender and not necessarily widows, but a lot of what we work with is very applicable. And we tend to think about the fact, especially because we work in sub-Saharan Africa, that is where my initiatives are based, that, you know, women are often an untapped opportunity for ag transformation. We know that women represent 50% of the population in sub-Saharan Africa, and they spend quite a bit of time in the fields working ag activities. But the informal work, the casual work, the work arrangements, combined with gender inequalities, continue to hinder them. Combine that with the fact that soil is under pressure, from competing interests. You have your forestry, your croppings, pasture, urbanization, all taking place. And then, the widowhood on top of that just exacerbates it. And so when I hear both, Monica talk about the intersectionality that is, and the co-creation that that she needed, that definitely hits home. And then I also hear Dominic talk about the resilience. In one of our initiatives, we are actually kicking off work in Haiti. In past initiatives, a lot of times they would have, and it's partnering with universities to create capacity in those universities. In past initiatives, they would have the students come to the US to go to university, but what was happening is the students were not going back. And so now we are partnering with those universities to develop capacity in those universities with a particular focus on gender as well. And so, which I'll just kind of go into my first question. So how do we increase the involvement and empowerment of women in agricultural production and processing? And I took several notes on that. And I think that you all have kind of alluded to some of this this morning, which is tailored training and targeted programs. So we know that, when I think about the work that I did in Senegal, in some regions of the country, it was quite evident, to see who was struggling, but in other regions it was not. And so, it's about targeting the training, targeting the programs, partnering with not only local NGOs, but people who actually live and work in the areas where you want to create the change. Keeping in mind the local customs that include the male population. So, for example, if you want to work with the widows in the community, and you want to work at, increasing involvement and empowerment for women, empowerment of women around production and processing, you can't literally just go to the women to have the conversation. It's involving the village elders, it's involving the religious elders, it's bringing in the stakeholders so that you can unfortunately, you have to get the buy-in, right, of the community in order to get to the women that you would like to help. I think that one example of that is our work in Senegal. By and large, we partner with these national research institutes to develop new technologies, new agriculture technologies. Well, now that the technology is developed, so a new millet variety, then that National Research Institute has reached out to women's organizations. And in this instance, there is a women's organization where they actually brought in, the small finance organization to teach them. They actually brought in someone to talk to them about business, right? They brought in the innovation lab, I believe it was an organization who created a mill, and they showed them, how to process millet into new and different foodstuffs, which kind of alludes to one of the other questions you talked about, in terms of increasing variety in the food. Senegalese love rice and fish, with veggies in the bowl. And so if you think that, you're going to go and you're going to, introduce a new vegetable or a new fruit, that they wouldn't normally eat, I think that it would go by the wayside. And so you start by looking at what they're already eating. And so these women are actually using foods that they're already eating, fortifying those foods, creating them into cookies or whatever else, and they don't eat a lot of sweets there, so whatever. And so that is what they're actually doing. Now, the conversations that we've had with our national partner recently is that there are other women. So we have, open days where they come to the field. There are other women's groups that would like to also participate. But what's happening is we're bringing the women's group to actually see it in process, but we're forgetting to bring, in those other key stakeholders so that they can, we can begin to scale the process. Other areas is access to information. This question revolves around production, but, food loss is just as an important factor. In sub-Saharan Africa, 40% of food is lost in production, 37% is lost in handling and storage. And we know that a lot of times women are involved in the handling and storage. So, when you look at the different activities that are broken up between the men and the women, this might be an area where you could look to see if you could make inroads by, taking the women and providing some training on how to reduce food loss. And then once you do that, then also looking at inexpensive ways that you can help them, we have an innovation lab, the Horticulture Innovation Lab, that has actually created drying racks out of locally developed products. And so that is inexpensive. And it's a way to potentially help the women increase their income without having to, to battle with the men to produce, a crop that might bring them in more income, right? So when you think about production in these countries, the men might be more apt to want to produce the crops that are going to bring in a lot more money, while the women are more apt to produce the crops that bring in less money. And then, of course, in women's access to tools, we just had an ag mechanization summit, which is run by one of our consortia. And it talked about, it's about transforming technologies that will emphasize suitability, scalability, sustainability. And so as a part of those conversations, it was, what are the technologies that are most needed, and how are they suitable? Are they suitable for men as well as women? And then, of course, gender inclusive research. Let me go forward. So how do we support women in sustainably increasing the production of nutritious food and encouraging dietary diversity? So I talked a little bit about this already, again, because, and someone mentioned, that they could be risk adverse because there's just not a lot of additional funds, and climate change is real. And so you want to just keep in mind that they're not necessarily going to want to sell foods that they can't sell on the local market unless you partner with NGOs, other organizations, to create the market for, the production. From my perspective, encourage them to join women's groups or to create their own women's groups. And again, you have to provide that business training, and also, teaching them how to handle the funds so that it can be sustainable. I feel like I might be going long. So other things that we've done are urban gardens, community gardens, and then obviously I keep talking about developing those partnerships with other key stakeholders.
Thank you so much. And thanks so much to our panel for their very insightful opening comments. we've got about 50 minutes for questions about and around climate change and widowhood and economic empowerment. And I know from the last session, a lot of people were sharing their experiences, and perhaps as people are sharing their experiences in this space, to talk about how you've seen climate change impact your work, or methods you've seen that are effective for climate resilience might be nice things to share. So I'm going to open it up for questions now. I saw the first question, I saw Uswe Hope.
Thank you. About agriculture, first of all, it is an experience. As you know, Uganda, agriculture is our backbone. We are well in agriculture, but what we miss is some support in that side. But if it is experience, we are all experienced in agriculture. In my organization, it is a CBO, community-based organization, supporting women, women empowerment. In agriculture, first of all, these widows, first of all, their land is being grabbed after the death of their husband. So they don't have land where they can practice farming, these widows. But some of them, they have small land. What we did using this small land, we practice small scale farming, small scale farming. We usually use that small space which they have. We practice farming. We usually grow vegetables which help them, most especially these HIV mothers. They need vegetables which are nutritious to their life. And another thing is, in Uganda, women, like 95%, they are the one which are being used as slaves on farms to carry out farming, cultivating crops for these rich men, for the rich people. They are being used, these women. But about the climate, yeah, it usually changes. Like this season, it is sunshine, but we need to continue farming, to be continuing to carry out farming. The best thing to be done is providing watering machines. These crops, they usually need water for proper growth. They need pesticides, because crops, they also get some pests which destroy them. So they need pesticides. And another thing is they need manure. When we get manure, pesticides, watering machines, even if the climate changes, it is fine and it is okay, as long as we get these things. Because farming, it is only aided with three things: manure, pesticides, and water. When crops get water, it is very okay. Even if it is sunny, it is fine, as long as we get these machines, because they are there. But in my organization, we've not yet got them. That is the challenge that we are having, the big challenge that we are having, getting the machines which carry out for watering. Even if the climate changes, it does not affect farmers, as long as you have manure, pesticides, and watering machines, which agriculture will help. And when we practice agriculture, these mothers will not cry that we lack food. No, they are able to grow crops to feed their families. And farming is source of income. We can grow crops, different crops. For example, you can grow these vegetables, you sell them, you get money. And that money that you're going to get is going to be able to feed your family, to satisfy the family. It's source of school fees. You dress your kids, you dress your family. You won't starve anymore, as long as your agriculture is on a high level. But how can you get on that high level? You get manure, you get those three items that I have mentioned: manure, pesticides, and those watering machines. Even if the climate changes, it will be fine. Agriculture will not go back. we shall be keeping on prospering in agriculture. So that will help in my organization, agriculture. It helps us. It is some of the projects which we get in some support, because for us we've not yet got any sponsorship, but that project has helped us to get some school fees for these orphans. Agriculture, it is the department which is helping us. But the problem that we are finding, when that climate, when it is sunny, when it is sun season, we don't like, we get a problem because we don't have those.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You've raised some really important points, and I was wondering if we might get some of the thoughts of the panelists on some of the points you've raised. So one of the questions I heard was, how do we get farmers water and fertilizer? And I was wondering if the panelists might respond to that. Is that all right?
How do we get water and manure? Is that the question?
Yeah, so having some of the panelists respond to some of your important comments that you just made. Is that all right?
Okay. Here in Uganda,
do any of the panelists want to respond to the questions?
I can start. In terms of water, I think that we probably all realize that water shortages, are a major concern. And, when I was in Senegal, the first 2 years it rained, the requisite 3 months it was supposed to, the last 2 years it only rained 2 months, which means that they planted and then there was no rain and then the crops died. And so, when you're talking about the rainy season crops, that does provide, quite concern. For the cool season crops, I think, you could probably do water catchment areas, whether it's rock walls or creating some sort of grass walls, or creating just catchment areas, or having tanks for waters. I think another avenue I see, some people take is if they have like a small fish farm, then you could also use some of that water for the lands as well. But I think that when we talk about water and lack thereof, then someone had a question about, the seed varieties and local seeds versus. And unfortunately, when you think about the issues that we're having during the rainy season, the local varieties, they need that full 3 months, to mature. And so herein lies the concern. If you don't have the 3 months to mature, one, and the varieties are not, good and hardy, so that you're not. So then you have issues with maturity, and then you also have issues with, the yields. And so I share their concern about the reliance on, seed varieties that are being created. However, the local varieties are not sustainable when we talk about climate change at this time.
Any other questions? Any other comments in response?
Sometimes I wish I was, a lawyer rather than an agronomist. Not very often, but sometimes, because I think what you also highlighted is sort of the complexity and the challenges of that legal system with land ownership not being clear, people being forced off land and so forth. And I think that makes the work of farmers, but also the work of organizations like us to support farmers very difficult if that's the case. So I wish I could give a generic answer on what crops to grow or how to harvest water. But with that level of uncertainty, it's very, very difficult. And I commend Global Widowhood and all the other organizations that work on triggering these policy changes. I think it's utterly important.
Yeah, and I would just make a brief comment. I heard the legal issues, and I also heard a need for support networks. And I was actually logging into the global network of civil society organizations to look and see which organizations in Uganda were supporting the topics that you raised. And so what I'll do is I will send a link to our colleagues at the fund to be able to send you the resources for the people who in that network are actually working on what I like to call legal resilience. I am reluctant to comment generically because you have some very specific concerns, but I will assist in tracking down some interlocutors actually in Uganda that can make culturally respectful suggestions to the topics that you've raised. Rather than me giving you some highly Americanized comments, I'm going to send the resources for some people who might be able to give you the specific help and to farther this discussion with you in a proper context. But thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, I also have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Jennifer Mkandawire. I am from Malawi. Yeah, I think I have a question for a second speaker. I've forgotten the name. You talked about having extension workers in over 40 countries, agri-tech extension workers in over 40 countries. I was wondering if Malawi is one of the countries that is hosting one of your extension workers. And then I would also like to know on how best we can work with widows on issues of value addition for our crops that we implement with widows. Like we grow soybeans and groundnuts, and most of the times when they are directly being bought by vendors, they fetch very low prices. But when there is value addition, it fetches a bigger price, which can also help in improving the lives of the widows. Anything that you can advise on how best we can do it? And then, yeah, I think those are the two questions that I had. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. Would any of the panelists like to speak about this?
I think she was listening to Latrice because that sounded like your description. So I think we should defer and allow Latrice to answer that question.
She was. I'm looking up. So we do not. So SIL does not work in Malawi. We in Africa, we work in West Africa. However, Malawi is a Feed the Future country, which means that there are other innovation labs and USAID organizations working in country. And so I can actually pull up those innovation labs and send them to you. So, and we all operate the same. So small front offices, we have partner organizations in country. The partner organizations are generally the national research institutes, but then the National Research Institute, Ag Institutes actually have programs and projects that they're running. And so, you know, there could be women's group projects and other projects for you to get involved with. You just have to reach out to, well, actually, you can reach out to me. I can give you my email address and then you can reach out to me so that we can look to see what activities the other innovation labs are working on in Malawi.
Thank you so much. How do I get your email address?
I just put it in the chat, but I don't know if someone has yours.
Or are we going to get a report of what is happening today? Then I can always have access to your email.
Latrice, if it's okay with you, I'll send everyone a wrap-up email. Thank you, email, and I can put it there.
Absolutely.
All right. That will be fine. Thanks.
Thanks so much for doing that, Elena, and thanks for your question. I know Karen Edwards was having trouble with the hand raising, but wanted to ask a question.
Well, it's been my pleasure to try to volunteer some support to the Global Fund for Widows, and today is just an amazing reminder of how important the work you're doing is. And I've been working in agriculture development for the last 30 years, and ag development is my life, and having grown up in rural America, but I certainly don't want to imply that all the American ideas are the perfect solution. But in my development work, we thought maybe it would be appropriate to share some of the innovations around new technologies and approaches that are being helpful to smallholder farmers to be climate resilient. And it kind of follows on what Latrice Taylor was talking about. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has funded some new work on mobile apps that can help connect farmers to the buyers. And oftentimes smallholder farmers in particular are price takers. And so if we can find new ways to connect widows to this kind of technology so they have direct access to pricing information, as well as the ability to sell to a customer. In Nigeria, one of my clients has been working with a group called Cold Hubs. And I think this issue of food waste is really, really important to climate change. The amount of methane that comes off of rotting food, on top of just the extraordinary loss to humanity, is something we really, really need to be tackling in a variety of ways. And one of those ways, in Ghana, an entrepreneur has created the Grain Mate Moisture Meter. Oftentimes these, the poultry operations, their feed is not good quality. So that is a new technology that has been very popular. Also, I think the opportunity for aquaculture, I would dearly love to see more widows be able to potentially get into small scale aquaculture enterprises. And in fact, my client, the World Initiative for Soy and Human Health, has partnered with Kansas State in Cambodia, and Syngenta Foundation has been involved too on some of the insurance products, looking at that analysis. But actually designing small fish tanks that can be dropped in the water and then moved as the extreme climate changes that Cambodia experiences. They're called in-pond raceway systems. The fish actually live in that raceway and can be fed in that raceway, because often what the farmers are feeding the fish is very polluting to their water. On top of it is not efficient. Feed is often the #1 cost for farmers. So it's my hope that we can find new ways to connect the widows that you're working with to these innovations and new opportunities.
Thank you so much, Karen. Alia Sima had a question that they raised in the chat. I wanted to make sure they get the chance to ask. Alia Sima, do you still want to make a comment or say a question?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, we can hear you now.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Ellen, for inviting me and making me sure that I will get a registration to the Global Fund for Tanzania, Arusha. And girl empowered for widows into speaking a little bit about our work and what we do. We're helping the widows in the group. They know our community, they are, when the husband die, their property take it out. So the widow, they don't have right to talk. They don't have right to send the children to school. But what we have do, we have education and training to the widows in the local villages. We started in my village in the certain widows, but nowadays we have now 11 villages, 13 villages who are working now. It's more than 10 villages we working. So what we doing for them, we training them education for girl and right for women. We have economic, we have health, we have human right that we try to them to know, understand about the education. And one thing we challenge that the widows have, that the challenge we have that the widows, there is a free for secondary school in Tanzania to students to go school. But there is a bit more bill coming for all the needed, like a mattress, like more things that you needed. So that some widows who are poor, that they are not send the children to school. So we try for us to buy, we have to buy the machine to help the widows. Now they make themselves and then sell the soap themselves, and then we have one machine. So the money from there, they send it, they buy to the school children all they need. So we have more villages. So we are happy that we needed to share with you too. We are from local, that we can share with you together that about the economy of widows, to support us, some of widows who are to buy maybe a new machine. But I'm really happy to join today. See you that doing great work for the widows. I'm really happy. We are really happy that there are some of our NGOs, they're working very well to do about education, about the widows' right, widows' rights to move, to make sure that from the world to reach some of widows. So I'm really happy to join with you today. And I would be happy and have the gratitude to you from our widows. So that I will find it on some internet. That why I find the good internet now to speak about a little bit, to know about our project. We are working now to expand in more villages. We have more girls that we supported from the machine money. So are so many widows we have in the project, are so many girls we have in the daughter. So that is my speak a little bit that I getting this good time, because I always try to find the time to speak to you. So thank you very much for giving me a little bit time to speak about that. Thank you very much, Helen.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. Heather, you wanted to make a comment?
Hi, yes, thank you for this extraordinary panel. You know, at the Global Fund for Widows, we're cognizant of the vulnerability that widows face in working in sectors that are non-agriculture based, things that, you know, are elastic sectors that require the widows to do things like be vulnerable to economic cycles, China dumping product into countries, tourism, you know, cycles, etc. Those tend to have a greater vulnerability. And so we do always encourage these widows to work with in the ag business sort of sector, whether it's land and farming or whether it's livestock. And so I guess my question to all of the groups here is, you know, Karen had really great concrete ideas on how these women can be supported, and knowing and understanding now that these are widows whose land has been taken away from them, who don't have the resources to go out there, or if they have been able to inherit land, oftentimes it's not useful land, cannot be cultivated or cannot always be harvested, or maybe there's certain ways that it can be harvested. what are ways that you might be able to recommend to our, global partners, ways in which they can actually overcome these issues, especially in light of the climate change, as some of my partners, perhaps, our panel will appreciate. These are the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. And so they tend to be the canary in the coal mine. They're the first to scream of vulnerability when times get tough. And so, understanding that and understanding their vulnerabilities, what are some of the concrete things that you can offer them and say, hey, look up this network in your country, what are just, if we can get some of your best advice, that would be, I think, very valuable for this community.
Thank you so much for that question. Would any of the panelists take that question?
Hello.
Is it possible? Yeah, let Dominic, please. I would love to hear.
I normally follow the paradigm of ladies first, but I can have a first go at it. I think it's a difficult one, as and sometimes we say that there is, if we really talk about the poorest of the poorest, I think there's again a government role to be played, especially if if it's no assets, no land, and so forth. There's only so much development you can do. You maybe can extinguish the fires, but sort of a sustainable trajectory towards integrating them into business is always not easy, at least I would say. I think, having said that, and there was one question I think in the preparations about functional communities, and I think that's probably where I would recommend an entry point being is, if we can integrate them, or if we can make them, base them on communities, or build communities around them that allow them to share assets, to share risks, to spread risks, and to have a better bargaining power, or a better change the power dimensions in value chains sometimes if they grow crops. I think that can make quite a difference, and we are working on that. We're building what we call farmer hubs and agri-services centers, where we really try to aggregate farmers locally or at a village base or cooperatives to make them work together, because at the end of the day they face the same challenges. And as said, if they work together and if they don't compete with each other, that gives them at least a better position in the value chain in terms of bargaining, in terms of negotiations with buyers and so forth. I think that's probably the entry point that I see most likely. I think there's another sort of selection of what I call low risk, low cost technologies. I think if we think about, drought tolerant or climate change resilient crop varieties, that normally doesn't require a major investment. But again, yeah, getting the basics right is not easy, I would say, and yeah.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else have anything to add?
Yes, I also have something to add. There are a lot of interventions that we can bring to widows that can make a difference. And for us in Malawi, if we want to contribute positively in climate change activities, if we can work, we can empower widows with farming technologies like smart agriculture, like providing greenhouses where they can do horticultural farming. It's something that can be beneficial because they are scarce in Malawi. So if something of that sort can help, and then value addition to legumes like soybeans, groundnuts. If we promote value addition to such crops, then that can also assist. And then we can also provide them with seed funding or seed money for seed, for them to be able to produce seed for themselves. And they should be working in groups so that they have more produce to have access to a good market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I see Kennedy Guasi has something to share, or a question.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that this kind of the forum is so good, and actually, I can plead with the organizers that we can even do it when we are seated in a room. May God bless you. May God bless Elena for this great work that she has done to us. I'm coming from Kenya. I'm a founder of Amazing Grace Bible Foundation. We deal with widows, orphans, and people with disability. In our organization, we have identified something that can help to control the climate change. You find that in the climate change, it is just simply in balancing in the incoming and outcoming the radiation in the temperature, and this one is being caused by the greenhouse. So we as Amazing Grace, we have the idea, number one, we don't increase cutting the trees with our widows. And we are planning that when we get enough funding, we are going to advocate on how we can eradicate cutting all the trees. You find in Kenya, most people make the charcoal, but we in Amazing Grace, we make charcoal with the waste product. We collect them like of the waste of the sugarcane, and then we make the charcoal that cannot produce carbon monoxide. And you can find even this charcoal can be put in a big farm of rearing the chicken if you don't have the electricity. So it does not produce the carbon monoxide. So in our organization, this one also can help us to see how we can tackle the climate change. So it is a very good thing that when the widows can do, at least they can get the earning. We have done also another research in the farming sector where we are planning, and when we can get another strong organization that can fund this program. It is a program that can be funded with a very, very strong one, whereby we can use the farm product to produce the petrol. So especially if you check the Nyanza part of it in Kenya, there's a place called Nyanza in Kenya, where we get Homa Bay County, we get Kisumu County, we get Migori. We can do a kind of the farming of the millet. And this millet, there's a way we have done the research that it can produce petrol. So you find that if these things we can involve our widows, if we get a strong person that we can partner with, and then we make a proper dialogue, we make the proper training, then eventually you can find that we can change the climate, because these things, they can embrace the widows working together, and then we can plant even the trees along the road. We can plant the trees because we have experimented, especially me, I've experimented that if we cannot deal with the climate well, but what we have seen of the radiation and the reaction in the atmosphere, it causes something unique like corona. And if we cannot do it with Vision 2030, it means that the possibility of the corona coming back in 2029 is there. So with the organizations that are coming like this one we have today, we can run with a high speed so that we can control the radiation that G5 and other technologies that will bring to our world. So that's where we can just pick, and as Amazing Grace, we have many ideas about the climate change that I cannot share because of the time, but I can plead with this, the people who organize this kind of the program, that actually we can even have a program in Nairobi. I'm talking as now I'm in Nairobi. We can have this kind of the program, we can have the visitors coming from outside, and then eventually we can discuss it at length, and then we can see how we can help the matter of the climate change. So there's many solutions that we can at least do. So we picked them from the causes of the climate change, where we have the manufacturing goods, and that's the reason why we said, let us make charcoal without cutting the tree. And then we see the way the cutting of the tree is contributing to the climate change. So I can just rest my points there, but I can again, as I conclude, that Karen Edwards talked about many ideal things that actually, as we are here, I can request the organizers, that you can take all our numbers, then you can serve them to our emails the way you are inviting us, so that we can have different numbers of the founders, the directors, so that we can even call other meetings if I find that I'm living with somebody nearby. For example, like Diana, who spoke from Kenya. I think Diana visited her office. She's doing good. And actually, if we can embrace together, we can go far. My organization is still young. It is a foundation, but it is still young. We just registered recently in 2020, but now we have the student in high school that we are sponsoring. So if we can have a collective contact, and through Elena, we can have another dialogue that can help us to change the climate. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If any of the panelists first want to respond to this comments, and then I know we have two panelists who wanted to return to the previous question. So first, does anyone want to respond to this?
Well, I just had one comment, I guess, about the, was it the technology surrounding millet? I wanted maybe to ask about, so obviously I was in West Africa, not East Africa, but when you think about millet, and I wondered about competing interest, right? I mean, so they're eating it, they're using it to thatch their houses, and then it's used for animal fodder. So, and I mean, if it's anywhere left outside after the rainy season, the animals that roam are going to eat it all. So, I mean, how are you, what have you thought about, competing interests, for that project?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. The way we have the technologies of making the charcoals, we make them using a certain machine that we buy. And this machine, we can also employ the widows. And this one also can generate the income generating activities to the widows that we support. About the technology of the crops that can produce the petrol, we have done a market research, and what we now planning to do is to get some few machines that we have discovered that can help us to grind this, like for example, millet, to produce for us the petrol. This idea came, especially we're in Kenya. We were seeing the way the petrol was an issue. And in the nation of today, or the nations of today, if we don't have the petrol, we cannot do anything. So we are coming with an idea. How can we multiply the petrol without going to another factory programs that we normally have? Maybe like now in Kenya, we have the petroleum coming into Ghana. And in Africa, we have other places that also petrol is coming. So it is idea that is going to be injected. And when we start it, it means that we are going to take some part of the lands so that we can grow this kind of the crops. Then we manufacture them. After manufacturing these crops, they can produce the petrol. Coming to the charcoal that I've talked about, it is not producing carbon monoxide. And now we have experimented it in the farms where people rear the chickens. You just put it there and it burns. You put only 4 and it can burn for around 5 hours. And you can even take it in your house, you close all the doors, and then you put it there if it is cold, and it will radiate the heat slowly. That will not affect you. If it cannot affect the chicken, it means it cannot affect the human being. So when you are using it, you have no any harm. You close all the windows. But when you hear the heat is coming too much, it's when you can close there, you can open the windows. But it is so perfect. It is something that we have sold. And even if you can go to our website of Amazing Grace Bow Foundation, you will find it there in our YouTube. It is only the one we have posted in our YouTube. So you'll see the way we are doing it. And me personally as Kennedy, I'm trying to talk with the international bodies other well wishers, so that can come together and we can do it in a bigger scale. In our organization also, we do beads work. Beads work is also helping the widows to earn their living. So this kind of the forum, I think we can get, other people can come. We welcome you, whether you are coming from Uganda, you are coming from USA, you can just call us, you can contact us, and we can take you through, because we need this idea to spread all over the world. We don't want to hide it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do any of you want to respond to that, or we can go back to the previous question? So I know two of the panelists wanted to go back to the previous question. So then the question is, what are the practical things we can do for widows around agriculture and other things in addition to agriculture, given the realities of our situation?
Pardon?
Is that for the panelists?
Yeah, for the panelists.
So, I have to go back to what Dominic said, earlier, which is, support by the government, built around communities. And I would say someone mentioned that they really try to minimize the risk that these women, are subjected to. Agriculture, I would think, would be the starting point, right? I heard someone talk about soap making. That's a very inexpensive, way to diversify income. Someone mentioned that they're trying to start, a business or looking, why are we only talking about agriculture and not, this business around sewing machines are expensive. And so that is something that I would think that you would, after you have your garden or your farm, and you're doing your soap making, and you've kind of ventured into other less risky activities, and you've built up, your finances, then you go into those type of activities, because it's just it's too much risk.
Yeah, and thank you, Dominic and Latress, because I said I wanted to go last because mine are more middle mile solutions. Because when you find a portfolio of practical applications, I could go on and say that one of the communities that we're working with, they grow a product that's used as a stew thickener that's pretty climate resilient. It's been around for thousands of years and has proven that it can grow in a number of conditions. And then the women wanted to add beauty products to the line of things that they can produce. And then the next step is, there's some issues with hardline internet access, which is true in many places on the African continent, but a lot of people are cell phone dependent and finding ways for them to be able to market their products in mobile friendly fashion so that they can reach outside of their communities for income flows. So if the community is faced with political or armed conflict or other kinds of instability, we have a plan for keeping those financial flows in place, right? When we're talking about vulnerable groups and vulnerable areas. When you initially framed the question, you talked about also in the context of climate change and the rapidly changing conditions, sometimes faster than some of us believe in the global north, what do we do? And I think where Dominic makes the point about government support to communities is important. And then what Latress is giving you some great practical ideas. Somewhere in the middle is that people who are in an international work need to be thinking about transition frameworks and how to resource those frameworks, __ on the resource part of it, because we have already policies in place and even operational manuals for how we transition businesses and communities in times of armed conflict. A lot of times what we fail to do is to take some of those lessons learned and think about how do we help people transition in the face of climate change. More than just the big topic of adaptation, it's how do we take our technical assistance programs, how do we take our ag assistance programs, You know, for me, we're doing something a little bit more holistic in Sierra Leone, but we're working on an island. So we need to think about the agricultural and the internet part of it and plan for that there will just be less of that place in the next 5 to 10 years. And so how are we going to adjust that for the simple fact that people have to move, and so that some of the solutions will have to be recreated, and we'll need to have consistent technical assistance and financial resourcing plans in place to help people transition over as seamlessly as we possibly can, taking into account cascading vulnerability. So I would just say, we want the practical solutions, we want the government support, but we also need to do some larger scale, community-centered transition planning.
Thank you so much. I see Dominic Fausner has his hand up.
Maybe just to add to that, one example that I can give is, you know, I think I talked about value addition after agricultural production, and we shifted our Nigeria program now towards only serving crops that allow for near farm value addition, ideally by female-led cottaging industries. So it could be parboiling, it could be, you know, roasting and aspects like that, because that's what we perceive an opportunity in Nigeria to add value and to make a living, less on growing the crops, but on processing them onto a higher value product. And I think that's where we had the opportunity to make a conscious decision, given the context, that we can really, you know, target, so despite of being an agricultural organization, target women quite specifically.
And if I may just throw in an example, I think Dominic had a great point there. In Ghana, there was a group of women poultry producers, and obviously poultry is an opportunity for widows, but these women were not having a voice with policy. So with support, they were able to form what they call an egg secretariat. But basically, it's an association of women who raise chickens, and now they literally have a seat at the table with policymakers. So I think all these comments about advocacy, but that grassroots work to help the women. And as a widow myself, I want to be sensitive to how busy the widows are to become participate in advocacy work. But I think helping the widows find a voice is really key to a lot of these conversations.
Thank you so much for sharing that. We're very close to the end of our time, so we've got about 3 minutes before we have to wrap everything up. I see Uswe Hope's hand if you want to ask your question, and we can wrap things up in the next 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Since our aim is on improving widows' life, on the side of farming, we are talking about crops, but there is even livestock farming. Livestock farming, we should look about this. Even there is poultry farming. It is very good. It is not being affected by the climate change. Livestock farming, including cows, sheep, goats, it is very important, it is very good. Even poultry. Poultry, it is a source of, it is very good as long as you have experience in it. It is very important. In my organization, we have tried our level best to teach and to skill widows how they can take care of their poultry, and how can they start with the small they have in poultry farming. So it is small, but they've tried to get something. First of all, these chicken, there is lay eggs. These eggs, it is on a high market in Uganda and outside the country, which helps to get school fees, to feed themselves, to dress themselves. So we can also look at this farming, poultry, livestock farming. It does not be affected by climate change as long as there is water. Yeah, as long as, and it is also these animals, they do provide manure, which helps in cultivating and which helps in in crops, this manure being produced, like cow dung. It helps in farming. So even we can look at poultry and there is stock farming. It is important. So thank you. That is my case. And if you need help in different countries, you can join Uganda in that. We are very good in that. We can welcome you, to train you, to teach you, as long as we get support to wide this thing. As per now, it is small because we don't have enough income. We have no sponsors, but we have experience in that. Thank you.
Thank you for your offer of support. Do any of the panelists have anything to say about livestock farming and climate change?
I mean, livestock farming is a way to diversify. Again, I think you have to look at the risk associated and the cost associated is probably what I should say. And so absolutely, you start and you build, and livestock, is a great way to diversify. And poultry farming, but, with required training for poultry farming.
Yeah, I agree. I think I kick myself for my narrow focus on arable, but it's definitely, I mean, livestock is a diversification option that should never be neglected because of the climate change and also the space reasons. It can be very valuable.
Thanks so much. So we're about time to wrap up. I just want to thank our panelists. They've just provided so much insight, and everyone for participating. Everyone here has participated and shared so much wisdom and insight, because people are working on these issues directly. And I just really appreciate everybody's wisdom and knowledge and expertise on this issue. So I think we're going to wrap up our morning sessions. We've got about a half an hour break now before we reconvene. The next session looks very exciting. The brilliant Freddie and Abel from the Global Fund for Widows will be presenting about the Wasala model and financial inclusion next. Elena or Heather, do you all have anything you want to share before we go on a half an hour break?
No, just that I'm tremendously grateful to Latrice, Monica, and Dominic for your insights and thoughts. This is an issue that is really top of mind for our widows, and making sure that they have the resilience to handle, the impending and volatile change in climate, and having insights from you, I think, is extremely valuable. Again, any types of networks and recommendations for partners in the field that you may offer us, please do, and we'll disseminate it to the partners in the Alliance. We really appreciate it, because our goal is really to support them as much as possible. But thank you so much. We've learned so much from you today. And congratulations on the great work that you're doing. And thank you, Karen, for introducing us to so many of these wonderful partners.
Thank you all for having us.
Well, Elena, do you have anything else?
No, thank you so much to all of the speakers. It's been amazing. I think it's been very educative. We've learned a lot. So yeah, let's reconvene in half an hour for the economic empowerment session. As before, there's no need for you to leave the meeting. We'll all come back to the same meeting. Thank you. Thank you. Hello all, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the break, and we're going to start with our economic empowerment session very shortly. I just want to ask, is Diana Kamande back? Are you here?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Abel. Hi.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Diana. Great.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I was struggling to connect back.
No, no worries at all. So yeah, I think it's time to start our session on economic empowerment. Diana, I will give you the floor as the moderator for this session. Please feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm ready. I'm ready. So my name is Diana Kamande. To those who are new here, I'm the founder of Come Together Widows and Orphans organization in Kenya. And we have been doing this work. It's 10 years now. I am still not believing it's 10 years already. It's been a journey. So Come Together Widows and Orphans organization implements for Global Fund for Widows here in Kenya. And I don't want to take much of your time because I want you to feel what I felt when we started economic empowerment programs for widows. I know what we have done together with Global Fund for Widows looks so big into our eyes, but I know into the eyes of millions of widows in Kenya would look like a drop of water in the ocean. So I want you to have a taste of what it feels to have economic empowerment programs and to have also widows enjoying what they are doing. So without wasting time, I want to introduce the country director for Global Fund for Widows in Malawi. I have been to Malawi and I know some of the challenges that widows in Malawi face are similar of those ones in Kenya. But what has economic empowerment done to the widows in Malawi? The floor is yours, Abel, the Global Fund for Widows country director in Malawi. You're welcome.
Many thanks, Madam Diana, the champion of economic empowerment also in Kenya, courtesy of course, of Global Fund for Widows, among others. So indeed, my name is Abel Mwenewanda, speaking from Malawi as the country director for Global Fund for Widows. And just as Madam Diana has said, indeed, there are several challenges that widows face as far as the issues of finances are concerned, among others. But as before I proceed to share with you on WISALA, which is coming under economic empowerment and the financial inclusion, let me just thank Madam Heather and indeed Madam Shannon and Elena for the great work you are doing. Yeah, so WISALA actually, if you just maybe, yeah, thank you. So financial inclusion, just as in other economies, a lot of widows and women in general are unbanked. And looking into that, Global Fund for Widows has developed a special vehicle that is meant to empower widows economically. And looking at financial inclusion, it is beyond just one having a bank account. Having a bank account is one thing, another thing. So with WISALA, which I'm about to share, and of course, my colleague will take over. WISALA, by the name of itself, is a Widows Savings and Loan Association. And before I go much into it, let me just give you what we define to be economic empowerment for widows. So it includes equal access to resources, justice, decent work, control over time and lives. and increased participation in economic decision-making. And financial inclusion, as far as Global Fund for Widows is concerned, and also its local partners in all the countries that the Global Fund for Widows works with, we're looking at having widows having access to useful and affordable financial products and services that meet their needs. From this one, you underline usefulness, affordability, and such which also meet their needs, because there are financial products out there that may not necessarily be useful and affordable to meeting also the needs of the widows. And then WISALA project promotes financial inclusion as it encourages widows to save, among others. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abo. Did I interject or you are done?
No, I'm not yet done.
Oh, sorry. You said thank you and I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
It is well. Yeah. So some of you are new to this, and indeed, let me define what WISALA is. So it's Widow Savings and Loan Association. The short form is WISALA. It is an innovative financial product to serve the world's most unbanked and underbanked population. So it's actually created specifically to offer financial access to widows and female heads of households. So on the female heads of household, you would have one, maybe there was a divorce, or the husband was imprisoned or critically ill, and all that. We include them under the definition of a widow. And then how WISALA works. Once a group is identified or it is established and it has made a bit of savings, which is 1/3 of the initial full fund, and then the Global Fund for Widows co-capitalizes, underline that, co-capitalizes, which means that the widows themselves in their group put together an investment that is coming out of their own savings, and then the Global Fund for Widows would co-capitalize that initial pool fund on a 2-to-1 basis. Before I go to what this co-investment from Global Fund for Widows does to the WISALAs, just for you to understand the 2-to-1 and what the widows as a group does in terms of their investment, is that we try to understand the cost that a widow may meet to start a business. And then if we establish that cost of a capital that one would use to start a business, say for example, we say $33, and then the widows have to save that $33 per widow. That is just in general as $33, but per country it varies. And with that, Global Fund for Widows capitalizes ×2 of that amount. The case of Malawi, it would be 650,000 as a group contribution or initial savings, which means 26,000 kwacha per member for a period of 2 to 3 months. And then the Global Fund for Widows would match with 150, representing 67%. It's also to understand that Global Fund for Widows channels that whole amount of money, including other tools that the group would use to launch their group. But quickly, so investment from GFW, it actually boosts the WISALA initial capital base, from which its owners, underlying owners, because widows in our program, in WISALA, they are not just participants, but they are actually owners of the WISALAs, and they take pleasure and treasure in this sense of belongingness in their WISALA or in their group. And when that is done, they start now enjoying this group fund by accessing the funds for their entrepreneurial needs, among others. We may go to the next slide before I hand over to Diane, our moderator this day. Yes, so the next one. Thank you. So what's the criteria that we use or see to it that then WISALA can be implemented by a particular group in a particular area? So the group has to be registered with social services officers in their specific areas or communities, or any form of registration or recognition by the existing authorities. And then this particular group has to be made up of 25 members registered as indeed part of a Global Fund for Widows local partner. For example, in Malawi, there's Malawi Widows Association. And in Kenya, Tanzania, Egypt, and other places as well. Then we actually assess to know if they have qualified, and if they have, they can therefore be empowered. So this last point to say we assess to know if they qualify, and if they are,
I think we lost Abel due to network. Can you hear Abel from your end? I can't hear him.
now, and I'll be taking note of your questions or comments as we proceed. I thank you, and I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Abel. Though I lost you at some point as you came to almost concluding. So we welcome questions. You can send your questions on the chat. Thank you so much, Abel. I have been able to learn so much from you. And thank you so much because of the good work you're doing in Malawi. I know it's not easy to go to the field, to go look for widows from wherever they are, meet them and talk to them, and they take the message home and they decide to bring change in their own way. So good job in Malawi. And now, without wasting time, we're going to Freddy Konyambu. Freddy Konyambu is our Kenya Country Director at Global Fund for Widows. He has done some amazing job. Frederick is so passionate about widows. And one day I asked him, Freddy, why are you so passionate about widows? And he told me, because I'm a son of a widow. So to all of us who work in this field, I'm bringing someone to speak to us about economic inclusion and about the WISALAs financial inclusion and the WISALAs. It's none other than Freddy Konyambu, somebody who is so passionate about widows here in Kenya. And I know one day he will be passionate and go beyond Kenya. So help me welcome Freddy Konyambu. Here in Kenya, we say karibu, meaning welcome.
Okay, thank you, Madam Diana, for this opportunity, and thank you for the panel for having me here. My name is Freddy Konyambu, as you have heard. I am the country director for Global Fund for Widows here in Kenya. Actually, I can be able to say my work has been made easier by Madam Diana Kamande, because if you are listening from my colleague from Malawi, he said that we work with a global partner, GFW work with a global partner. And here in Kenya, I know most members, like many members who are in this meeting are from Kenya. So there's nothing much different from what Abel has talked about it. So in terms of Kenya, the way we work is the same in terms of registration, the way Abel has explained to us. So for us, what we usually do, I'm going to take you through what we look into this group. We understand that we as Global Fund for Widows, we don't go to the field and look for the groups. It's the work of the implementing partner. For instance, here in Kenya, we work with Come Together Widows and Orphans organization. So for us, we need to ensure that the group has a common bond. This means that the groups must, the common bond here, it means it's the widowhood. It's out of the widowhood, they have come together and they must have a clear objectives. What do they want to achieve in terms of now the group? And the members must agree to the rules and regulation. We understand that our members, all our widows groups have the constitution and they need to follow to this constitution. If there are some members who are not following the constitution, it's among the leaders in the meeting to discuss, like it's among the leaders of the group to discuss and see how they will work with the members who are not following the rules. But for now, up to now, I can be able to say like most of the 114 widows, the Wisara groups which we have opened in Kenya, they are really doing well, and we have never encountered widows who are not following rules. Maybe in Malawi, we'll be able to hear it from April. So, and members need to be honest and to achieve their for them to achieve their own objectives. Honest, it means like they're willing to handle money. So for, especially the honest starts with the leaders. Whenever they are electing the leaders must ensure that they are honest among themselves. Yeah, and the members must hold, like they hold their regular meetings. It depends on the constitution of the group, but we don't usually, like, we don't make decisions when we go to the widows groups. We just guide them on how to go about it. For instance, in Kenya, widows, there are some groups which meet once a month, once after every 2 weeks. There are other groups which meet on a weekly basis. So it's upon the widow groups to discuss and to agree on how long to meet. Members keep accurate records of their activities and meetings. And here I can be able to say, we as Global Fund for Widows, we have elevated ourselves because we have I can say it, a technology. We are ahead of technology because we have a DreamSafe, an application whereby widows can be able to save, like they can be able, all their records can be able to be seen from even for us as the donors, we can be able to see them, even the members can be able to see. Yeah, Elena, next slide, please. So one of the things which we do, because we understand that for us to train widows, is for us to ensure that widows are empowered economically, is the business case training. For our widow groups, we ensure that we train them so that they can be able to have an health business practices for themselves. Because Elena, you can be able to correct me if I'm wrong. Most of our widow groups and widow members, whenever they are taking the loan, they're taking the loan to go and do the businesses. So for us, we see what can we be able to train them. We train them on the credit management, we train them on inventory, we train them on a lot of things in terms of how our schedule of business skills training module is. And again, whenever they want to start a new businesses, like what are some of the factors to consider? How would they go about it? How would they be up in the market? Like how would they have a competitive advantage over others who have the same maybe product or services they are offering? And how we market their businesses products. For instance, I can be able to say, we as Global Fund for Widows, in partnership with Come Together Widows and Orphans organization, we have been instrumental, especially for our widows, whenever they have their businesses and their products which they make from their businesses. We market them. For instance, we market them in their websites, both for Come Together Widows and Orphans organization and for Global Fund for Widows, so that the whole nation, the whole world can be able to see what the widows are really doing. Yes, next slide. Yeah, why Wisara? Wisara is really unique in its own ways as comparing to other table banking projects, as we call it here in Kenya. So for Wisara, widows are the owners, so they feel the sense of entitlement. They feel like, okay, if this project is ours, we can be able to manage it well, because if it fails, it's not for our own benefit. So they need to work towards their own benefit. And for their collateral, widows act widows, like the widows members act as the collateral for the member who have taken the loan. For instance, here in Kenya, it's very difficult for a widow to take a loan from the formal banking system. So, but for Wisala, a widow can walk in whenever she has saved, take a loan, which is 3 times, depending on the constitution, the rules in their constitution, and the members act as guarantors, and they are able to exchange the knowledge, the skills among themselves. So Wisala is a game changer, especially in Kenya. We have really seen like growing, and we hope that we'll be able to reach more widow groups. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. We will usually continue making widows matter.
Wow, amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm so happy to listen from both of you. And I know we have learned something, all of us. So, Freddie, God bless you for the good work you're doing. Abo, God bless you for the good work you're doing. And now I want us to go to plenary. I want us to go to plenary. We have questions and answers, but the session is going to be so short because of time. So if you have any question to Abo, if you have any question to Freddie, kindly, it's your time. So raise your hand, raise your hand. So go to the reactions where we have the reactions. Immediately after share screen record, there is reactions. Before you go to app, raise your hand there so that we can be able to have order when we are asking questions. You don't have questions?
We have that.
Amilda has a question.
Can I go ahead?
I cannot see hands on the screen. Oh, I can see Imelda.
Yeah.
Imelda. Yes, Imelda.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Imelda Ndinjakad. I am the CEO and founder of Grace Gardens Women's Health Association. And we have an affiliate that we just created about 6 months ago called Widows of Grace. And it came as a need that we had because the women that I was working with, over 300 women, I came to discover that there are so many women who are widows in this group. And just 6 months ago, we started this journey to work also with widows because they have specific needs. I guess my first question is, because I'm very interested in the Wisala model, I heard one of the speakers say we have to be registered with social services or any other service. So my first question is, because we are under a hospital that my husband and I are working with, do we still need to register these women separately because our hospital is already registered and recognized by the government? And then the second question I have is that with the Wisala model, do you also do collective businesses or is individual businesses? Say you have, right now I have 120 widows about. Do each of them come to you and say they want to do poultry, they want to do like a stand of food or stuff like that? Or do they all do something together and then raise funds together and share the profit? Those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Imelda. I would love to do we take all the questions and then we go to answers? I hope Fred and Abo, you're recording the questions as they come in. Imelda has asked 2 questions. So I'm going to go to Hope from Uganda, if I'm not wrong.
Diana, I would say let's take the questions first as they come in, because I think it'll answer some other questions as they line up.
So we go questions and answer immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Heather, for your guidance.
Thank you.
Okay, so we go to Freddie and Abo. Whoever is ready can respond to Imelda because you do the same things, different countries.
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay, thank you, Freddie.
Okay, Imelda, thank you for your questions. In relation to, you have said that you have registered you and your husband, right, in the hospital. But for Wisala, you need to register. You need to register in a social service. I don't know where you're coming. Like, which country are you from?
Cameroon. Cameroon?
Yeah, I think you must have a social service. They have different names, but a social service,
Okay.
Department of Social Service, where you can be able to register, and you ensure that the members are 25. And in relation to the businesses, if they do group businesses or all individual businesses, yeah, for Kenya, I can talk in relation to Kenya, and Abel can talk about Nene, but it's something which is like the same. For Kenya, yes, we do both. It depends on the groups out there, like how the groups are arranging themselves. Because, for instance, for the groups which we have started for this year, we encourage them first to do individual businesses. When they have known each other, they can be able to do the group businesses. For instance, we have the group Vision Sisters group. It's a group which has been for quite some time. Yeah, the group was saving among themselves. Now they decided that as part of the group, they will have to buy the land and build the lentils. Now, since it's in their constitution, they can be able to do it on their own. So we encourage both. Yeah, thank you. Abel, if you have something to add, please.
Thank you for your response. It's helpful.
I would just, Abel, you're on mute.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, so Emilda, thank you for the question. Just to add on what my colleague has presented, the importance of registration is to give a legal sense to the Wisalas. We would want them to be as independent and viable as well as possible. And this registration has nothing to do whether there's a license or what, as long as it is recognition as in legally to the group, so that even if you talk of group businesses, they can also buy businesses as a registered entity, and to also have some benefits from providers or contracts or what, and I mean, in that regard, because these groups are not just for 2 months, for 3 months. For example, in Kenya, the commitment is that, with Wisala, it's a life commitment. Global Fund for Widows says, as long as you are happy with it, we are also happy to have it with you, walk on this journey as long as it takes. So that being the understanding that a group would live together beyond 1 month, beyond 1 year, but even let's say minimum of 5 years. In Malawi, it's minimum of 3 years. They should test that puts them together and all that. So it's not a requirement, a regulatory requirement, but just from that aspect. And also in terms of the businesses, just as my friend has said, you see, Wisala model, in essence, it is not an end, but it's something. As the structure, which is made up one third of the 2/3 from Global Fund for Widows, is meant to grow. And some of the ways to grow their Wisala fund is through, doing those at individual level, doing those businesses through which they will have some savings to fund, and also if they do a greater impact in the community and also grow as in the way of profit and all that. But as my colleague has said, step by step, but both are allowed. Thank you so much. Unless, Madam Heather, you are also invited to make some notes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abo. Heather, do you have any additional thing, or we go to the, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I would also add, Emilda, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much for the question. Some countries don't have the protocol or the mechanism that may allow the Wisala to register. So for example, Kenya, Tanzania, and Malawi do, because they have ususus and self-help groups or SACCOs or Vicobas, other community or table banking histories that have an opportunity to register. So in those countries where those are common, we use that mechanism for registering the Wisala entity, and it's each group is responsible for registering themselves, which gives them a lot of, as we said, pride, but legal recognition, and then they take it very seriously. So that's number one. If your country does not offer any form of registration, what I've been doing, for example, in Egypt, where my country does not recognize this as a registration of sorts, we're working with the ministry to get that done. And so we're taking best practices from Kenya, for example, and offering that information out to Egypt as a model protocol so that they can develop that same protocol in country. So there's ways to do it, but it really is a very helpful tool. Also, in the event that there's any legal issues going forward, God forbid, there's a process by which these women are subject to from a legal perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Okay, thank you so much, Heather. Thank you, Abo and Fred, and also Imelda for asking your question. I'll share my number up by the end of this session so that we can be able to connect. We also have an African Widow Leaders chapter where we meet and we talk and we share a lot and the challenges, so we can be able even to share some of these on those platforms. If you're here from Zambia, Gambia, they are called cooperatives. You can register as cooperatives. So we go to the second question from our sister Hope. I think Hope is from Uganda. Unmute kindly, Hope, and bring forth your question.
Yes, Sister Dana, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh God, this is too much. I'm really happy to be part of this summit because Uganda is really left behind. Really left behind. About the Wisala in Uganda, we are having circles instead. And my question is, these circles are women circles which are created to develop themselves. My question is, how can we benefit from this? Because we've tried our level best to get loans from the government, from the local government, but we have failed, totally failed. There are some projects which are being brought by the government, but we don't get chance to get them since we are widows. Widows are not recognized in Uganda. We are left behind. But since I've had all this with you, you've shared with us, with me, I've learned a lot. I've come to know that we have chance. We can get chance from different countries. So we are having our small circles, which we create, we as the widows. How can we get support from you people? That is my question.
Okay, that question, I would direct it to Heather directly.
Thank you, Diana. So our hope and our goal is to be able to help all widows with the Wasala, such that, eventually there is no problem with widows, and Global Fund for Widows can one day maybe make itself extinct, because then there would be no issue for which we need to work on. So that's our ultimate dream and our ultimate goal, hope. The reality is that we too actually are a very, very small organization. And we are working desperately to raise enough funds so that we can address the need. Just to give you a needs assessment from the very, very limited amount of information that we have, and it doesn't include your organization or most of the organizations that are here today, but just with the few countries that we are working with right now, we have over 1,000 Wasalas on the wait list, which represents 25,000 widows who've placed themselves on the wait list. 500 alone are coming from Kenya. So it just gives you a very big sense of just how desperate the world is for this Wasala. And we are working desperately to raise funds in order to be able to address the need. So the best thing that I can say is work with us, keep sharing your thoughts, your ideas. We'll continue to dialogue. And on our end, we're really doing our best in order to raise the money that is required. From a nonprofit perspective, our intervention is very expensive because we come here and we give the widows, a 2-for-1 match, which most nonprofits don't do. You know, they're not giving money directly to widows. And so for us, I think it's very, very important, you know, or you know, other nonprofits aren't really necessarily capitalizing or giving monies direct to beneficiaries. So ours is very expensive to run. And so we require to, you know, a lot of funding to be able to come in and make those investments to you. So again, we're working on it. I would say our diligence process is very intense. We take about 1 year to be able to work with nonprofits before we feel comfortable deploying assets. And then also the other thing is that we have very strict partnership requirements. And so the partners have to go through, you know, they have to be very financially literate, very technologically literate, and have really strong relationships with their governments. So those are the other things that we look for when we're looking for partners in various countries. But again, I would just suggest, please continue to work with us and dialogue with us and forums like these, but at any time, we're always open to comments and thoughts and following your own developments in your country.
Okay, thank you so much, Heather. I think the next person should be Nelly, and then I'll respond to one question directed to me on the chat, and the others I'll delegate. Mitoko Nelly.
Yes,
Karibu.
thank you, Diana.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Diana.
Okay.
Okay, I'm happy to learn that there's a platform for widows called Wisala. We are widows, a group of 20 to 30 members, and we are originated through the church because we do share the common bond. All of us, we are widows, and we've registered with the social services, and we have our certificate ready. I just want to know, how can we register with... Then I don't know if you are able to hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, how can we register with the Wisala, and how can we benefit out of Wisala, and what are the requirements? Because of late, we decided to come together as widows because the number grew during Corona, and we wanted to do something which can help us to generate an income and to stand on our own. So late we decided to engage a group called Wezesha Group, so that they can come and take us through the classes of catering, because we wanted to start outside catering, and they're doing to us at a small fee. But I'm happy that I've learned there's a group called Wisala Group. So we wanted to register with the Wisala Group. How do we register with the Wisala Group, and how can we benefit out of Wisala? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nelly. I would direct that question to Freddie, because Freddie is in Kenya, and maybe Heather can add on to that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Diana. Nelly, thank you for your question. It's really nice question. I would really like to know, like, which county you come from. Because, for instance, we as Global Fund for Widows, as much as
I'm coming from Kenya.
The county.
County. We are just here in Nairobi, Nairobi County.
Okay, so
Yes.
Nairobi County, what we usually do, we have the waiting list, as Madam Etta said, whereby, because we start with the widow groups, because we have the waiting list of widow groups, whereby the waiting list, we like, if we get something from GFW, we delegate it to come together widows and orphans organization, and we start from, like, there are some widow groups which came early than others. So there are other things which you look at, especially I'll start with, if your group is really registered, if it's registered, what are you doing? Are you able to, because there are some of other things in Wisala which we usually follow in terms of, okay, like for instance, we Global Fund for Widows, we don't know you. So you can work with, come together widows and orphans organization. So for us, it's the groups which come together widows and orphans organization as given us, and the criteria is what my friend My colleague Abel said how like you need to be in 25, like if more less, like you need to register another group of 25, like there must be 25 members. Then you contact Come Together Widows and Orphans Organization. They look at their waiting list. Where are we at the moment? Like for now, if in the waiting list, I'm aware we are more than 700 widows groups in the waiting list in Kenya. Yeah. So I cannot promise you like you come today and then you join Wisala today, but we try as much as possible. As Madam Etta said, we work around the clock to ensure that we reach as many widows as we can. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So much, Freddie, are you done?
Yeah, unless maybe Madam Etta or Madam Diana, you have something to add, please.
Who goes first? Madam Heather?
Go ahead, Diana. You can continue on the Kenya and Africa perspective. I can share on the global. Diana, you're muted.
Sorry, I just realized. I'm so sorry. Nelly, even as you continue waiting for Wisala, we have quite a number of things that we continue to do. So you will not just be waiting. So we will train you on group dynamics. We will be able to train you and through our partnership with the different partners like FIDA, the Commission on Administrative Justice, the Ministry through the State Department for Gender Affairs, we are able to bring different types of trainings to you and your members. So it doesn't feel like it's so boring to continue waiting. So you will be empowered and capacity building will be done to your group. So in very many different areas, not forgetting even the partnerships that we have with the different banks. We will bring banks to do trainings to you like entrepreneurship, very many trainings. So we will have things happening, and that is always my area. My area is always going out there, reaching out to widows and ensuring that they are well empowered, especially in terms of legal, because a lot of widow needs to be aware of their rights. So we do this so much. So by the time we are almost done with these trainings, training you to become paralegals, then you already are about to be funded by Global Fund for Widows through their Wisala program. So that is what I would encourage you to do. Don't feel that it is too much time to wait. Just be on board, start doing something. And we also introduce other partnerships like through the Uwezo Fund. We are also working on a certain partnership with the Hustler Fund now, and many other opportunities through the government.
Dana, how can we be on board?
Nelly, I would love to side chat you. Okay. You can be on board very easily. And actually, we have our annual event happening on 10th of February. We don't just invite everyone, but we bring our members because we don't want to bring the people we brought last year. We always host the annual Valentine's dinner, which is an event that we just started hosting the other day. It's now 6 years old. This is where we deliberate. Like this Valentine's dinner, we are discussing about a draft policy that has been left on our table by the former Cabinet Secretary, Professor Martha Kobia, as we hand it over to the new minister so that she takes it over so that it informs the legislation of widows in Kenya. So we can talk about what we do and what we will be doing with you, so that by the time Global Fund for Widows is coming on board with Wisala, you are even overqualified in terms of trainings. You become paralegals, you become trainers of trainers in so many areas in wherever you are, and you will have given birth to more groups of widows from where you come from, even in your villages, because we go even to the villages. So I have shared my number on the chat and also our office number. You can reach out because we will not be able to explain so much because of time. I'm really trying to observe time, though I am African.
Thank you, Diana.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. I'm encouraged by this conversation, and I'm encouraged to see so much interest in the Wisala. We've really seen incredible results with the Wasala. And, I'm not giving my colleagues in Kenya and Malawi enough credit, or they haven't given themselves enough credit, I should say, in the program. So let me just share with you some of the results of the Wasala, on a quantitative basis. The widows, we run a baseline survey before we begin our intervention. And then 1 year after they start the Wasala, we go back and we ask them the same questions. One of the questions is, what is your monthly income? And the widows, 1 year after working on the Wasala, with the Wasala, report a 2,000% increase in monthly income. 2,000%. What does that mean? That means that the widows who are earning less than $1 a day are now earning $500 per month. I'm sorry, I say it in the US dollar sense. I don't know everybody's conversion, but it just gives you a sense that it's a colossal, colossal change. They're lifting themselves out of poverty, as the poverty line is roughly around $1.90 per day. So it gives you a sense of just how powerful. Their savings, their monthly savings increases by 600 to 700%. They're also increasing their spending on education, which means that they're sending their children to school. That's also by several hundred%. They're increasing their ability to pay for healthcare by 400 to 500%. And they're increasing their spending on food also by about 300 or 400%. What's important about those numbers is that if one of the questions that we ask is, how many times per week do you eat meat? And when we come to them in the baseline at the beginning of our journey with them, most of them are not having meat at once a week. By the end of 1 year, all of them are having meat multiple times per week. So it gives you a sense of just how the improvement in their nutritional spending and their status is as a result of the Wasala. They're doing individual businesses initially, most of them, but then because they're saving so much money in the Wasala from profits of their business, they start secondary businesses, and oftentimes those are in cooperatives, as my colleague Freddie and Abel mentioned. So these businesses are purchasing farms, starting schools, opening computer centers in the slums. One of our groups has made so much money that they went from being homeless to now buying apartments and renting them out. They've become landlords. So it gives you a sense of the colossal transformation that the Wasala has. Again, I know the question is, when can we get a Wasala? How can we become involved? We are working to address the need. We're working every day. We have a team of people who are trying to raise funds for us. I spend every waking hour of my day trying to raise funds for all of the widows in the world who need it. And so we're working on it. Just the most I can say is, please continue to speak with us. Please continue to share the developments in your organization. Again, we look for partners who are financially literate, who are able to do a very sort of intense financial project such as this. We, with revolving funds and microfinance, understanding, we look for partners who are, very tuned in with the government and have good relationships with the government, so that we can advance the legal component as well, because as we mentioned in prior sessions, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of legal work also, not just the economic empowerment programs in the field. But again, just by being part of this alliance and being part of this network, you are on our radars. But continue to work with us, continue to send to Elena and to my colleague Shannon your developments, your newsletters, everything that you're doing. And if you have social media links, please share them with us here so that we can follow you as well. And it would be very helpful just to continue dialogue as we continue to seek funding to support you.
Okay, thank you so much, Heather, and to everyone who has contributed. I wanted to bring this to your attention because it has come on the side chat. One The issues from Kenya, and I think those ones, because we have shared the number, we can be able to tackle them internally. But the issue is about the government of county government of Trans Nzoia. I'll respond by saying we have a meeting that is in waiting because of our Valentine's dinner with the chairperson of the Council of Governors. So we will be able to handle that. I have seen also Brenda talking about Zambia and how the government has come into, she's trying to see how government will come in to support. We can always help wherever we are able to, because you find most of these ministers in different countries, they know each other, especially in Africa. So if you're stuck somewhere, we could ask if our minister knows your minister. But for Zambia, I think we were able to create a network with one of the DCs in Lusaka who was so much interested. So Brenda, if you have an issue, you can reach out. You have my phone number. Then Kajuju Kimathi has spoken about mental health. She says mental health is very critical for widows after losing their spouses. And I agree, it's very critical. Maybe Heather, you're going to respond to that on what Global Fund for Widows feels like doing in addressing the issue of mental health. Then we have, oh, sorry, Hope, I have answered yours. I don't think if there is any I have missed. I was trying to write them down and I can see more coming. So because of time, we have 9 minutes to go if I'm not wrong. I'll hand this over to Heather to respond on the issue of mental health. And for all of us who are here, we've shared our numbers. And for those who are in Malawi, Abo, you can share your number. Let's share our numbers so that it's so easy for us to communicate. Over to you, Heather, so that you can respond to the issue of mental health.
Thank you, Diana. So we have very, very, it is difficult for us to understand how difficult it is for widows to have not only lost a husband, but to be accused of being complicit in that in some bizarre way. And then for us to see the widows being abused physically, economically, there are almost no words to describe the cruelty. And so I can't imagine the level of trauma and need for support emotionally and psychologically. So it's hard for me as a finance person to even get my head around it. Having said that, the way that and again, we don't do grief work necessarily in our interventions. Our intervention is really truly first and foremost economic empowerment. And the way that I designed the Wisala was based on a social group. So 25 widows coming together, creating a permanent bond for them to be able to commit and requiring them to meet every other week. So twice a month. Some widows groups choose to meet weekly even because they enjoy their companies so much. But the idea is that the requirement for them to meet gives them purpose in coming out of their homes and being social. And they grieve together and they share their loss together and they share their experiences together. And so it becomes a little bit such as a sisterhood with group therapy. We don't officially train on that. We would love to find a partner who can help us with that because we just don't have that understanding, that resource. But the group actually begins to heal and form very, very strong bonds as a result of the sisterhood that's built by just the bi-weekly meetings or the bi-monthly meetings. So that's the way that we overcome or try to find a solution for the issue of psychosocial support.
Thank you so much, Heather. Thank you so much, Heather. I think I'm going to hand over now the meeting to Elena so that she can give us the final remarks. And thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to moderate this session and looking forward to partner with all of you and even to offer advice or technical support. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much to you, Diana, for moderating, and for Frederick and Abel for the presentations. I think it's been very informative, and I hope you've all learned about the Wisala. So something that I was thinking, I've seen so many of you want to share your contacts with each other, and you want to be in touch. So I am going to send an email after the meeting, probably tomorrow. And I will ask each one of you and each of the participants that have been in the previous sessions if they want their contacts to be shared. And whoever agrees for their contacts to be shared, I will put a table together that I can share with you all. And this way you can get in touch with each other. Of course, I will need your approval before I share your contacts. So please do reply to the email if you want me to share it. So yeah, we're done with this economic empowerment meeting. I hope you enjoyed it. And now we are going to head into the closing session of this summit, which is an open session on your hopes, the challenges that you're seeing. So we want to hear from you from the field, what you're envisioning, what widows are suffering. So this is your chance to raise your voice and tell us what's going on. I'm going to hand it over to Heather to moderate this session, and we welcome Margaret Owen for her initial remarks too. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elena. I appreciate it, and welcome all again. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being with us until this last session. I know that it's getting late. To start off the session, I wanted to welcome the matron of the widowhood movement, Miss Margaret Owen, who started working on widows' issues. Margaret, I don't want to say that you're 30 years young, but 30 years ago. At the very latest, I know that's just when you were a newborn, but I wanted to share with you, Margaret Owen is a barrister in the United Kingdom. She's a human rights lawyer and activist. She has been extremely vocal across the globe on issues of widows' rights, especially in the humanitarian context, and especially in the context of widows of war. And with that, Madam Margaret Owen, I yield to you the floor for your 5 minutes. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Right, can you hear me? You can all hear me.
Loud and clear, Margaret, thank you.
Right. Sorry, I missed a lot of the beginnings because I had to go to a funeral. Being 90 years old, I seem to go to 2 funerals a week. But I'm really interested in all the extraordinary stories you're telling me about what you are doing in your different countries. I want to just start off. I've only got 5 minutes, I realize. I must be very, very quick. First of all, number one, it is an absolute scandal, as well as extremely bewildering, that however hard people like Heather and Global Fund for Widows works, and our organization, Widows for Peace and Democracy, that has been working for over 30 years since the Beijing World Women's Conference in 1995, widowhood is still not a priority on the agenda, the Women, Peace and Security's agenda at the Security Council. It's not really on UN Women's agenda. They don't have a special desk on widowhood, which they should. And we all know that because of conflict and COVID and harmful traditional practices, which involve early marriage, which creates millions of child widows, the world has never seen such a huge explosion, not just of widows of all ages, from babies to young mothers to grandmothers, but also a huge increase in the uncounted numbers of half widows who are the wives of those men who have simply disappeared, been forcibly abducted. They don't know where they are. So it is so extraordinary that even at the end of November, my government, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office, hosted a big 2-day conference on preventing sexual violence in conflict. Now, we all know, everybody at this meeting today, everybody, that who are the most vulnerable of all women in conflict are the widows who are widows anyway with no one to protect them, but the conflict widows, because what happens in conflict? With rape as a weapon of war everywhere, you divide the men and boys from the women and girls, you kill or disappear the men and boys, and you rape the women, the remaining women and girls, who are so often the widows, the half-widows, and their daughters. Well, we all know that there will be no achievement, even of the social development goals. There'll be no peace unless we have widows at the peace tables. There will be no hope of a really just and free society until widows themselves are involved in the policy process, that we hear widows' voices, that widows are collectively together able to articulate their needs and describe their roles at every level. And I just love, I think one of my most wonderful partners, that Heather knows them well, is the Ronan Foundation in Kenya, where Rosaline Orwa, I think one of the very few people to speak out absolutely of her own experience of horrific mourning and burial rites. And we don't need to go into details about why this was such a taboo subject, but they are quite horrific, some of the mourning and burial rites. But she has been amazing, the way she has actually used, well, the UN and the WPD Charter on Widows' Rights. I hope you've all seen that on our website, the WPT Charter on Widows' Rights, which is really based on the CEDAW. And she's used that to use it at the local level to actually get widows involved in their districts and their local level, actually working with politicians and parliamentarians in the elections to be sure that any aspiring politician who wants to get elected will actually bring with him all the votes of the widows, because he will be determined to have policies in his country that will criminalize the many acts that deprive widows of their human rights. We know, of course, that it's not enough to have legislation. Countries can legislate all over the place, and that's a bit of window dressing because it looks good on the international platform. But then how do widows access the law? We know that Tanzania, Ghana, Malawi, Kenya, they've all got additions now to their penal code about it's a crime to coerce a widow into harmful traditional practices, but nobody's ever defined what they are, and mostly the widows don't know what their rights are. And anyway, how do they actually access justice when it needs such huge courage to actually go outside your family and accuse your husband's family of acts which they call criminal? So there's a terrifying fear about violence. So we know how that widows are among the poorest of all poor women in the world. And we also know that there is the most terrible impact upon their children. It's a key driver of taking girls out of school into early marriage, boys into the madrasas, into child soldiering, into crime. It's also a great drive of sending boys as unaccompanied child migrants. And we know what happens to them when they try to get to anywhere in Europe and even our shores here. So what we must do now, all of us, we must ask our governments now to have policies which actually criminalize those acts that deprive widows of their rights to own land, of their rights to inheritance, to actually criminalize all these harmful traditional practices. And we need, and this is what we're working on all the time now, we need to get much more a completely reshaping of the relationship between donors and their recipients. Because at the moment we've got a situation where donors decide what they will fund and they're not listening to the people. And we need to actually have the widows being able to say what they want to do and what they want to be funded. What is so awful at the moment is that there's a huge data gap. We don't really know how many widows there are in the world. They're not counted, they're not registered. We know that Kenya is registering their widows, some countries are, but most countries don't know how many widows they've got. And it's not just about how many widows they have, it's about what their ages are, what their survival strategies are, what their experience of violence is. It's about what they want. And so I think that we have to work really, really hard to be sure that in every country where widowhood issues are a problem, that widows have their own organizations, and that these must start from the bottom, never from the top. Just a few widows getting together. One of my great partners is Widows for Human Rights Single Women's Group in Nepal. Lily Thapa, the founder, was a young widow. She started it maybe 30 years ago, just 5 young widows. Everything must start at the bottom and start small and grow up like that. I ask all of you to look at our website, Widows for Peace Through Democracy, and see our dossier and see how you can contribute to that. We really do need for CEDAW to have a general recommendation on widows. We're trying to do that. But we also commend to you to look at the Every Woman Treaty, the draft treaty, which addresses violence against women, because CEDAW is now not fit for present day practice. It hasn't done enough to address all the many different types of violence against women that there are. And in this new draft Every Woman's Treaty, we've got several articles which look at the particular violence that widows widows experience. We have to use legislation, but most of all, we have to use education, informal and formal education, so that even young children in a primary school perhaps are helped to educate their own parents to get rid of this appalling stigma attached to widowhood. I won't say any more now, but I congratulate you, Heather Ibrahim Leathers, for the extraordinary work that you've done on the economic empowerment of widows. And I see that is very, very important. But that, in a way, it's still sticking plaster on top, because what we really have to deal with is this whole invisibility by our governments, by the United Nations, even by big NGOs. We've got to lift that blanket of invisibility. We've got to hear widows speak. We need to have them in decision-making at every level, national, district, and local. A very good example, and any of you coming from conflict countries will know, that the national action plans, including from my own country, on implementation of United Nations Resolution 1325 about having women at peace tables. I think Nepal is the only one that even mentions widows. my goodness, if we're ever going to have any peace, we've got to hear from widows, and we need to have widows who are members on law reform commissions. We've really got to get this up as a priority issue, so I think that the role of education is very important. But why we want widows to band together, they've got much they can do. It's they who can actually gather the data and work with their local authorities to fill that gap. And also, it's really very, very important that they are represented in government at every level. And so if they organize themselves, this is a way in which the best practice, and there's a lot of best practice around, is shared in every country. They've got a lot to learn from each other, and we've got a lot to learn from our widows.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Everything that you said is extremely true. We were having a little bit of difficulty hearing you at the very end there, but you're 100% right. We need to be together. We need to band together, and we need to work both from the legal perspective and the economic empowerment perspective. We call it the top and bottom, top down, bottom up approach, meaning for Global Fund for Widows, our view is we believe in the golden rule. She who has the gold makes the rules. And so starting with economic empowerment, the widows become powerful. They're able to affect grassroots change. And at the same time, our organizations are working along with you in partnership with other organizations like WRI to basically bring change from the top down. And the leadership of the organizations in countries are working in their local level and on their state and national level. So thank you so much, Margaret, for that insight, and thank you for the tremendous work and contributions to the movement you've made over the years, and for all the insights. The charter is very important, and so I don't know if we've been able to find the charter on your website. We were looking for it, but if we can find
yes, it is on our website. It is on our website.
Okay, we'll download, or we'll share the link here so that thank you so much. The charter has been saved to the chat. Please do go to that. Please do download it. Please do have your organizations and your members ratify it and take it to your governments. And that's step one, right? Or take it to your
Can
local.
I just come in here, Heather? And then I've just had Rosalind Orwer of Roland staying with me 2 weeks ago. So she explained what she'd done with our charter, and so that's a very good example of actually sharing best practice, that actually people could get in touch with her, the Ronan Foundation, and find out exactly the steps that she did to actually get this into. She used it actually in the elections, at the local elections with the governments. And I think that's a very good example of best practice.
That's a great idea. We have 45 minutes left in this session, and this session was designed to be somewhat long in order to be able to just hear what's happening from you in around the world. And so I'll open, perhaps Rosalind, if you can share with us how you used the charter, in what ways did you, and how it was successful, so that you can inspire the rest of the world and share that best practice. If you can do that in 5 minutes, that would be wonderful. And then we'll move on to just receiving questions and comments from the field. Rosalind, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather and Diana. It's an honor and a pleasure to listen to all of you. Of course, I was jumping in and out, and always a pleasure to listen to Margaret. I think one of the things that the Rona Foundation has done well, and Diana, we have been part of the widows movement in Kenya for a very long time. I remember about 7 or so years ago when we met with Diana, we were just grassroots widow organizations, and we came to build the Kenya Widows Movement. And all these widows, including Diana herself, they were meeting in my living room, praying, doing little acts of courage and inspiring each other to go and drive change. And we are proud to see what the impacts of our efforts has done to date in Kenya. We seem to be getting into the right course, and the charter is just one of the tools. Either when the UN widowhood resolution came out last year. That's just another tool that adds to our work. But of importance is the amount of time we took around the charter to get it reviewed by the widows, to get it understood, to educate the widows around it. And when Kenya came to the elections, we used two strategies. One of them is the targeted advocacy, because it's very difficult when a government has been elected, when you go to them to, make widow-friendly policies, vis-a-vis when a government is still looking to be elected. So we use tactics of pre-election advocacy tactics, and now we are looking at post-election advocacy tactics. And that meant that we identified widows, we got widows to run for election, we supported widows, and then your organization was part of the support to widows candidates. And Siaya County, of all the 47 counties in Kenya, we got 3 widow legislators elected. That means you have your team for policy making on the inside. We also supported the governors and other candidates that were running. And the candidate in place was the one that was elected in my county. So we built an ally in that particular leadership. So by the time you go back now and the widows went out, we said, we are going to commit our vote. If you commit to us, you will adopt the charter, you will make widow-aware policies, you will create widow-friendly budgets, and you will engage include widows in governance structures, formal and informal structures. So our tactics were basic, but we used pre-election tactics to negotiate before, and now we are using post-election tactics, advocacy tactics, to get the charter adopted, enacted, and policy frameworks implemented. That is not all. I think the media is key. Advocacy alone does not work if the widows themselves are not given the platform to tell their stories. The only difference between harmful traditional practices and FGM is that FGM have visible pictures. Widows only have their stories. So organizations that are here, they must create platforms for widows to speak, for widows to tell their stories as tools for change. So we also train the widows how to tell their stories. Not stories, what Kenyans we call ugoye, crying and also vulnerability, but stories of power as a tool to drive their own change, because that's the only tool they have. So we've used basic strategies that are easy to implement within our widow network, and we have a large network, more than 8,000 widows clustered in groups. And so it's just not that. You have to use integrated approaches. Do you do economic empowerment? Legal advocacy? Do you also support widows to advance their cases for judicial prosecution? Do you also support orphans? Do you build widow houses? So our approaches are integrated, basic, but impactful, and they're widow-led and widow-formulated for the widow. Thanks, Ida.
Thank you so much, Roslyn. I really appreciate your intervention and the words of advice. I think that that's very valuable for our listeners and our Alliance members. So with that, I'd love to open up the floor for questions, for comments. We want to hear from you, and this is the opportunity, especially for those who have not had a chance to speak earlier today in any of the prior sessions. We welcome your thoughts. Tell us what's happening in your country, where in your country you see the most needs. How many widows do you have? How do you think that we can work together to help each other? Feel free. This is an open forum, and we're looking forward to receiving your thoughts. Madam Jacqueline, please, the floor is yours.
There's two Jacqueline, is it me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been speaking because I am unwell, but I just wanted to listen. And I'm so grateful to Global Widowhood Fund and the whole of your team for arranging this session. It's been just uplifting to hear all the work that is going on, even to learn. I'm from Kenya, and just to learn, because in Kenya, I always know Rona Foundation, Roslyn Oroa, and Diana Kamande come together, widows organization. But to hear there are more groups supporting widows in other parts of the country is so encouraging. And I'm looking forward to just Elena maybe being able to connect us so we can figure out spaces, intersections where we can
we can work together and share lessons. So I just wanted also to say, so grateful for everything that has been shared, from issues of climate change and widowhood and agriculture to, I know issues of mental health were coming up, but it's a space to explore further and think about innovations in that area. And my organization is called Nyanam Widows Rising. We are in Kisumu mostly, and with only one group in Siaya, Roslyn, in your territory. But we are currently serving 760 widows, and our work as Roslyn, similar to Roslyn, is very holistic. We have 5 programs in livelihoods, in land justice, in leadership, particularly issues around voice and widows speaking for themselves. So I think that there's something that as an organization we've been doing that could be helpful in the future, Heather, around group, sort of the group therapy you're talking about. I know Global Widowhood Fund has already created Wisala, and as Nyanam, we've sort of read it and said, what can we learn from this? And at our own capacity, be able to implement, though not at the same level, but just at the capacity that we can as an organization. We are seeing that as a very promising, promising strategy for economic empowerment of widows. But one thing we've also done as an organization is we've created a curriculum, a widow-centric curriculum. We call it Voice of Change, and we are using this for group therapies, and it's been such an powerful tool. Listening to the stories of widows is thematic. Every year we take a theme, and the widows run through that theme for like 6 months or for the entire year. And as Roslyn was talking about stories, it's based on stories of widows, and they navigate through stories that they read in the scriptures and their own stories, and then end with the social actions. At the end of it, each group decides what is it that we are going to do to make our lives better? Because that, as we've all been saying, at the end of the day, they are the first people to make the changes they want in their lives. I'm not a widow, but I was raised by a team of widows. So that's kind of where my passion has come from. I'm mostly a researcher. And right now I'm doing my PhD on widowhood stigma and how it's impacting HIV risk behavior. So I'll be reaching out to a couple of widowhood experts, most of them who are here later on as I start gathering data, with the goal of, if we can't measure it, it becomes more invisible, and we are talking about invisibility of issues widows are experiencing. And my goal with this project is to take it to a level where we can now bring all of these as data for policymakers and say, this is the actual change we need in this particular area. This is how this stigma is occurring, and how we can measure it and show its impact on their health, on their economic well-being, particularly stigma and disinheritance. So that's kind of what I'm investing most of my time on, but I'm just so grateful to listen to everyone and also to hear from Margaret Owen. Just read about her, now I know her face. So thank you, Heather, and thank you everyone for just sharing and all the lessons we've gathered from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. And Margaret, I think, will be a great resource for you in your research. So I would suggest connecting with her. If you need help, we are happy to introduce you. And then, I think there are organizations that are beginning to look at the data. There's an institute in Geneva that's preparing for a longitudinal study. They don't have funding yet, but they're working on it. We have just completed also a semi-autonomous report with the Geneva Institute. It doesn't include anything on HIV, unfortunately, but there is some data. So if you want our report, we're hoping to publish that soon, and it'll be on our website. And hopefully Winrun will publish it for us as well. So just keep your eye out for that as well. Good luck with that, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
I see Nokia G21, but I don't know your name. You're on mute, madam.
Yes, my name is Zipporah Oladejo from Lagos, Nigeria.
Hi, thank you so much. Is it possible you change your name on the chat so that we're able to monitor?
Okay.
If you can, while
I
you're
will try to. I will try to do that.
Okay, thank you. Please go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. I'm so happy and I'm so blessed to be part of this meeting today. It's an eye opener for me, and it's also an encouraging platform. Yes, I am not a widow. I'm an IT computer programmer, a teacher, and a clergy and a writer.
Wow.
I've written books. Yeah, I've written books, and I'm also a teacher. So, and a computer programmer and a clergy.
Wow.
So this is the passion that I have and I've been doing for the past 5 years. Yearly, I run a program attended by over 300 widows. We will try to encourage them. We will try to minister to them. We will try to shed light and to give a ray of hope to this category of women. So during this program, we bring in doctors, medical doctors, to check their health. So we give out foods, we give out clothing. We do a lot that we can do in our own capacity. And year in, year out, we do this. Then sometimes last year, we feel we could do more than just giving them a fish. We need to teach them how to fish. And so that brought in the idea of the empowerment program. And we're able to produce soap, which we try to market to VIPs that comes to the programs. And from there, the income generated from there is also used to bless the widows. So this is what we've been doing. But one major challenge that I have, is about funding, because I have been getting individual donors. We're running after individuals, people that believe in the good works that we are doing, and they're seeing the impact that we are making. But then year in, year out, the numbers is growing. This year, we have the plan to host over 1,000 widows here in Nigeria. We've connected with people at Central Bank of Nigeria to talk about the issue of money, because many of these are the problem, the money issue. How do they move on with money? How do they live? How do they generate? And we've also got lawyers to come and talk about the rights of the widows. Many of these we have in plan this year. And we believe that with this meeting, coming in contact with Switzerland and all that, we will still be able to move forward to achieve more greater impact. Thank you.
I mean, congratulations on all this really, really impactful work and your passion. It's really exactly what we want to hear. And the fact that you have 1,000 widows in Lagos is it all these widows are in Lagos or in surrounding areas?
I didn't get the question, ma.
No, I'm saying, are those widows in Lagos or in surrounding areas?
Some are in Lagos, some are in Ogun State, some are in 3 different locations in Lagos, from Maitu, Oshodi. We have people from Oshodi. We have people even from registered member from Ijegun side of Lagos. And we have last year people that registered from the northern part of Nigeria, which was very impressive. Everything is on our Facebook site. You could get to see a lot of our work there.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. No, you know, I would say continue doing this great work, and we're working very hard. We're working very hard on getting the resources to expand the program that we have in Nigeria, especially because there are a lot of groups in Nigeria. We really believe that close to 20 million widows.
Yes.
And I think that that's something that needs to really truly be addressed. All I can say is, while you're doing your work, continue to register. Continue to register widows, keep asking in your parishes, in your masjids, in schools, keep trying to register these widows, because it will be very valuable. Your minister wants to know. The minister wants to know, and the First Lady.
Okay.
So keep doing the great work and just stay in touch.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Yeah. Thank you so much. Our next intervention comes from Dorcas. Dorcas, we met you 2 years ago, I think, at this session.
Yes. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Dorcas. You have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm Dorcas, and thank God I've met you some years ago. And I'm not a widow, but I'm a banker, and through my banking profession, I came across widows, and one particular one attracted me because what she had was taken away after the death of the husband, and she was herself and her 3 children had nothing to eat. Even the children couldn't go to school, and she was exposed to health hazard and so on and so forth. So we had to make contribution for her, and from then on, I decided that I have to work with widows, and that's what I've been doing personally with my business. I'm a businesswoman now, and I work with the banks, and but many are not interested. It's unfortunate that many people are not interested in widows' plight or women's plight. So, but I get some of my own profit in my business I put in, and then some of my family members also and their friends. So what we do is like I go from place to place. Within last year, we had about 3 sessions. We had about 100 widows gathered in Surulere, Falulu, where we had health practitioners talking to them because some of them had health issues, and we had to educate them how to take care of yourself, and we had to also talk to about empowerment, business empowerment, what they can do for themselves, not to only depend on relatives or friends, because they can only feed you for a while, they cannot continue to carry the burden. So those are part of what we are doing. So, and I had one at Badagry. Badagry is in Lagos State too, but it's a bit far from the town center. And those ones are really poor. They don't even have money to start business. So in fact, presently my desire is to own to have a place where people can come to learn skill. I've begun to buy things like hairdressers, hairdressing, hair dryers, and sewing machines and co. I'm already investing in that gradually till I have like a number, then I'll be able to get a place around that Badagry for people to come in and learn a trade free of charge. Because what I discovered is that from the little I had, I was giving them personal money to start small business and for them to repay without any interest. But many of them did not repay. They have not repaid. In fact, I have like 3. Only 2 of them had paid something substantial afterwards. I gave them personally to start their own business. And the reasons are that from the business, they have to pay school fees, they have to eat, so I just decided that the best thing is to maybe get them engaged, learn a trade, learn to sew, learn to do hairdressing, learn to do things with your hand, and then begin to do something for yourself, get money by yourself, not waiting on people. So when we meet with them, when we have time and we have time of eating, we have time of dancing, because some of them, like you said earlier when you were talking, they have not been out of their house for a very long time, no socialization, nothing. So those things bring them together, at least they're able to see others. And also we had time for testimonies. Some widows that had come out of such situations that they're able to earn a living themselves now. How did they do it? So they give their own testimony and they talk about how they did it and how their children are now in school and this. So they are encouraged to also put in some effort in whatever they can do. So that's what we are doing. And I would have loved to go on with Wasila, but I don't know, in our own area, many people are not ready to repay the loan they take. I'm happy about the Eastern Africa, that is Malawi, Kenya, and co. That the women take loan, they come together and they're able to repay back and they're helping each other growing. That's a desire I have in mind. But I have not seen people that are committed because I decided to try it myself with my own fund, but many of them have not been paying. So I would just advocate that we continue to educate them that when you borrow, you need to pay back, so that others can benefit. So those are my own, and I also wish to tell women too to help one another, because sometimes women are the problem of women, especially in Nigeria. When the husband dies, it's the women there that give hassle to the poor widow. They ensure so many things are done to her, things are taken away. So we need to begin to fight for ourselves, to talk to ourselves, to help ourselves as women. So that's my own little contribution. Thank you very much. Nice to see you again, Heather. And I'm glad I've learned a lot from all the discussants and those who have spoken today. So I'm glad to be part of it today. Thank you very much.
You raise a lot of really important points, Dorcas, on this issue. You know, number one, it's very important that women help women. And what we've seen is that, as you just said, it's oftentimes that the women themselves are conducting the harmful traditional practices that are harming women, or widows in particular. To be honest with you, a lot of them are misinformed. A lot of them believe that they are continuing culture. That's what has been described to them. So we need to break that misconception, and that it happens through education. But it has to be grassroots. It has to be led by the women themselves. And it can also be led by community leaders, the queens of the communities, the priests of the communities, the imams of the communities. They should be leading these conversations, that propagating these harmful practices is not good culture. It's not healthy culture. It's actually violence and harm, not to mention illegal. So I think that that's something that's important to describe and to begin to socialize in circles around your country, and all countries that in which this is the case. The second thing is on the really critical issue of non-payment. We've seen this before. We've seen it in various different forms. For example, sometimes people join the Wasala thinking that, you know, once Global Fund for Widows puts in the 2-for-1, then they can close the Wasala, take the the 60% boost in capital and go. We have penalties in place for that. And that's why we also have a very long training and, information session. It's very high touch. We take at least a minimum of 3 months of constant contact with the groups that we're training in order to explain and make sure that they understand that this is not about quick cash. This is about making an investment in your own micro bank that continues to grow. And the more you stay with it and the more you repay, the more wealth you generate for yourself. And then also it's very important to, understand that when widows join into these groups, we do have them sign contracts. They generate a constitution themselves. We give them some background, but they generate a constitution, they sign a contract, and then they also establish their own rules. So if they want to have penalties for non-payment, then they institute penalties for non-payment. And that really goes to the dignity that we encourage in each of the wasalas, so that the widows can have power and dignity on their own lives. So thank you for your intervention. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And I think that certainly I look forward to hearing more about the work, the good work that you're doing in Lagos and around. I would encourage you to connect with our other colleague from Lagos and anyone else. Again, it's very important to continue the work, to continue meeting together, even if you meet monthly, and create some sort of a Nigeria Widows Leadership Forum so that you can share best practices. I think that'll really kind of take the organizations to another level. And we can, again, like I said, introduce you to several other organizations operating in Nigeria. But thank you for that. I know Mr. Kennedy has been raising his hand and patient for quite some time now. Mr. Kennedy, I yield the floor.
Yes, how are you? Hello.
Good, how are you? Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, I just want to make a comment about the summit we had today.
Mr. Kennedy, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. Is there,
You can't hear me?
now it's better. Now it's better. Thank you. Please go ahead.
First of all, I can say again that I'm so grateful for this summit that you organized. And even if you can look at my background, you can't see me very well. It means that the electricity gone long time ago, but I'm in the darkness still to hear the much great and the things you are doing. I just want to say that I'm the founder of Amazing Grace Bar Foundation. I'm not a widow, but I got the call by the time I was told to start it by God. In our organization now, since we registered, we have around 1,000 people who are with us. People with disability are 600, and we have 150 orphans that we are targeting to follow up their lives. What about today is very, very good. And I just like the organizers to make another summit meeting. The way I said it before, that actually we can do it in a room other than in a Zoom where sometimes the net is interfering with our conversation. Another thing in Kenya, what I've discovered since I started this program, I've discovered that the widows are going through total torture. And if this kind of the thing can come across, I would like the international bodies, the stable organization to come up and help us, especially in Kenya. Me, I work in Nairobi with my organization, the headquarters is in Nairobi. I've gone to Siaya County, I've gone to Homa Bay, and I found that there's a lot of problems in those areas that need to be addressed. So I can just ask the organizers that if we can have this kind of the summit or a gathering whereby we can encourage these widows. They are so wounded. My mother is a widow. And I can tell you that when my dad died, after 2 months, the community started beating my mom. So I know the pain they're coming through. So I just would like that we can support each other. You can connect as much, because we can't reach the widows and the orphans in a proper way just because maybe we don't have the funds. But if we can get the funds, we can educate these young ones. Like now we are struggling as Amazing Grace Bar Foundation to take some orphans in school. When we talk about the widows who are people with disability, these are now horrible. I've chatted with them in Nairobi. There are some people who are thrown away from their family. Number one, she's a widow. Number two, she's a person with disability. This person is going through fire just because of the two categories of the lifestyle is now living. So the family can now say that because you are disabled, you can help us with nothing, now leave us. And you find this person leaving the land. She's working in Nairobi with the family. So she's taking care of the family. She's being tortured. The part which is painful, these widows sometimes, like Nairobi, it is a capital city of Kenya. These widows indulge in some work like washing the clothes. The cases that I've got in my family, in my office, is that when these people go to wash the clothes, they're being raped. And that's the reason why one day I made myself to Diana's command the office, but unfortunately, I didn't find her because I've heard the much she's doing. I wanted to share with her so that we can establish the thorough and strong legal issues. Now I have a case in my office whereby somebody just thrown the wife, a young wife. She cannot take care of the children because she's a policeman. When the wife went to see him, she was just beating the wife and telling the wife that if you play with me, I'm a policeman. I will arrest you, I will shoot you. So this kind of the things is making me to cry. And that's the reason why I'm still in this darkness, just to wind up this summit so that I can get a conclusion, a conclusive answers and support and networking that can at least help Amazing Grace to continue. For those we have shared the numbers, we have a lot to share, and I'm very grateful for this summit. And I can request, the way I've seen somebody he has written in the chat box, that we can have a campaign, a thorough campaign, that we can just have a thorough campaign for the widows. I'm ready to mix with widows. I'm ready to work with widows because I know the pain they're passing through. May God bless the person who decided to organize this forum, and God is going to award you so much. Those are my few remarks, but don't leave us the way you have chatted with us. We have provided our emails there. Please talk with us through the email, encourage us so that at least our organization can stand. Otherwise, may God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, and please consider us, partners in this with you. Kenya is extremely active in this, and our partner Diana Kamande can best answer your question regarding the bursaries for school children, the orphans, etc. Diana, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks so much, Heather. To my brother from Kenya, one, I would love to respond about bursaries. I would, and not only to you, but to every other leader who is here. I would say, one, as I said earlier, build a very good rapport with our leaders. You don't have to go to one leader and they tell you no, and now you leave. And I'll tell you an example of what I did, which is true. I once went to look for someone in their office and the secretary tells me they're not in. And I asked, can I check for myself? Because I know when those senior people are not in office, the door is always open. So when the door is closed, I know, the way you interact with them most times, you learn to know the different tricks of or how they tend to behave. Maybe when they're in office, they'll close the doors, and that is something I'm very sure of. When someone is in office, they'll definitely close the door. So I have I've gone there and found I'm being lied to, and the moment they realize that they're lying to you, next time they're not going to lie to you, because that's a public office and you're supposed to access it. So for the bursaries, get to know when the bursaries are being distributed. You're in Nairobi. Do you know the bursaries for the county woman representative are just about to be distributed? I was in her office today, and I have managed to secure over 100 bursaries for our children, the widows and orphans children in Nairobi. So you are supposed just to have a good rapport. We have other women representatives like in Kericho. I have already a good rapport. Our leader there is already working on those bursaries. We have we are in conversation with Governor for Homa Bay County. You just get to know when bursaries are being distributed, or when they're just about to be distributed, you submit your list. So that way, I'll say it's upon the leaders. Some of these things are not going to find us in our offices. They're not going to find us in our houses. It's us to leave the offices, step out and look for help. Two, if you want to talk to these people, especially about gender violence surrounding widows, gender violence surrounding other women, get to know which organizations work in this area. Build partnerships with them. You don't have to have money to do several events, like even to come and create awareness, capacity, build people. You just need to walk into these offices and request them to support an event that you need maybe to host. So these are some of the things that I would ask you to do them as a leader. Nobody will come and give us funding to run our projects. Global Fund for Widows has a project by the name Wisala. So it will never come to help us in capacity building, in training people about ending gender violence. It is our responsibility as the leaders to get to know which organizations in Kenya are doing this. For example, the other day, I didn't know UN Women had a call for proposals, yet I'm in touch with them. So because I didn't know, now I have made it a routine to do a follow-up with the person I know at the UN Women. So it is upon us to continue to continue reaching out so that we can be able to help our people on the ground. We do this work, there is nobody will come and give us a funding and tell us, go do this project. It's us to walk out, look for who is funding or who can partner. And one thing I want to also clarify, please don't wait for funding in form of money. Resource is resource. Even if someone is just coming to bring the intellectual property, it is a resource to grow your organization. If somebody is bringing technical advice, it is a resource. So this is where we go wrong, and it is also where I used to go wrong when I was still so young in this work. I thought when I reach out to Heather, she has to give me money. No, she can give me intellectual property on how to correct few areas where I am going wrong. I reached out to UNFPA just recently, I think 2 weeks ago, and they told me what they can offer is technical support in what I wanted to do. So I agreed to it. And this way we are getting the technical support without paying for it. So accept any resource that comes your way. Thank you.
I will second that by saying when Diana and I first met, Global Fund for Widows did not have any money to offer her, but what we did have was advice and technical support, and the advice was go out and count your widows. And so Diana spent a year touring her country at her own expense, registering the widows. She came back a year later and said, Heather, I think I have 4 million widows. And I said, no, I think that's impossible because your census says 1 million. She's like, I have 4 million widows. And sure enough, as she continued the work, she went to the ministry with the list, the registration that I keep talking about that's so valuable. She went to the ministry and she said, I think we have 4 million widows. They included widows in the census. They hired widows to be census workers. And sure enough, Kenya has 4.1 million widows, Diana?
Yeah, according to what has not yet been brought on board, and this is something we were looking at with our deputy president's wife, who is very passionate about widows. And I don't know where she got the statistics, but Tuesday last week I was with her and she told me we have over 12 million widows in Kenya. I asked her to prove it. She told me before the dinner she will have given me the source of the statistics. I'm not sure, I'm waiting. So we have more than that. I've also seen research that was done by Rona Foundation. It was 8 million if you Google. So it's more than that because of COVID, because she tried to prove to me that it's over 12 million widows in Kenya right now. So we are talking about a very huge number, and I would support that. Data is very critical, and I've realized everybody I reach out to, they will ask me about data. But what we have currently as Come Together Widows and Orphans organization is slightly over 4.6 million widows.
My goodness. Thank
Yeah.
you for that. That's really shocking. I mean, the census was done before COVID for sure. Thank you for that. We have only about 7 minutes left in our session, and I know that there's some people that still have a question. Bukonzo East and West, do you have a question? Bukonzo, you have the floor.
Thank you for everything in this evening interaction. We are very grateful to this organization and to the interaction of today. However, we as widows of Bukonzo East and West in Uganda, we appeal to you and we request for resources such that we can offer trainings to our widows, in that widows can fight for their rights. Because in Uganda, widows are neglected. You can see children, they have their rights, the disabled, they are represented in government. But for widows, we are not represented anywhere. So we seek for your technical advice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bukunzo. And I agree with you on the technical advice issue. As I mentioned, please register your widows. Work with other organizations, work with Hope, work with other organizations in your country, with your churches, with your mosques, with your community centers, with your schools. Just start asking, who are the widows? And even now, you don't need to travel the country because there are so many groups around your country. A phone call, if you create a Uganda Leadership Forum, where you get all of the organizations to report on a monthly basis. Each of you in your local communities can put together a registry and then merge it. And then all of you attend a meeting with your minister. It will be very powerful. I promise you, you will see a material change as soon as you're able to do that. That's really, really the most powerful step. I encourage you to do that. I think Margaret would encourage you as well. I think we have opportunity for one more question, and then I'll leave it with Margaret to close the session. Mr. Eric?
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Thank you.
Yeah, please, can you hear me?
Yes, you can hear.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I don't have a question, but I only want to commend you and whatever you are doing and whatever you have done for us so far. And I'm from Ghana, and currently I'm a student. I'm studying in Germany, but I'm a founder of Gracious Shepherd Foundation. What we do is we visit remote areas, villages that people don't want to go in Ghana. And we try to gather the orphans, and we try to do a survey concerning what the widows are going through and how best we can reach them. Because of time, I currently, in the month of June, we will be hosting a widow seminar in Ghana. And I just want to know how best to reach out and then connect to people who also give me this technical support. One colleague said something about an investment or a resources. Knowledge is a resource. Technical advice is a resource. So I specifically doesn't need money, but how to create the network, how to connect to people with similar ideas. And then even if possible, if I can have one or two leaders who might be in Ghana, and I can reach out to so that they can come to this widow seminar and then be part of this training course, and then impact the widows who are assembled in the month of June. Aside that, I will say thank you very much for this platform, and it's really awesome. One person shared an experience with me, and she said that we widows, we don't have the legal power. When we try to seek support, they demand something from us. The question is, how can we, who are much depressed and doesn't have anything, pay for our own freedom? I will leave this question for every one of you to answer in your own private way, but I think it will also help, it will also allow us to think very deep of it, if only we want to reach out to these people as well, how to get a legal support, how to come on board, even though the widows don't have this means to redeem themselves from whatever that belongs to them.
Yeah.
So maybe as time goes on, as we try to connect with each other, we will continue to impart more. Even though I'm here, I'm schooling, but yes, still my mind and hearts are still with the widows over there, and we are doing everything to do whatever we can do to help them. Thank you very much.
No, thank you for that work. I would say, just to answer your question, you know, knock and it shall be answered, seek and you shall find. So if I would say, start knocking, start the work. Even if you go on Instagram and Facebook, start looking for organizations in Ghana helping widows, you're going to find them. Reach out to them, create a leadership forum, just like how they have in Kenya, and start working with them. Even if you meet once a month, and only if it's 2 people the first time, the next time it will be 500. So just begin the work, you'll see. Register your widows, have everyone go into their communities, get their names, find out what happened to them. We can offer you a list of questions, a survey list to answer, like what age were you widowed, what happened to you when you were widowed, etc. And then you'll be able to offer those to your leadership. I know for a fact your first lady is very interested in this. So it will be very important to go to your government. I've worked with your government before. They were very active on the resolution, extremely constructive. So it's a question of knock and it shall be answered, seek and you shall find. Continue to do that work. Elena, maybe what we can do is for the Alliance, if you're not a member of the Alliance, please register. The link is in the site. Go to Facebook, look for the Alliance for the Last Woman First. We will be sending out through Facebook links that will be helpful for you, these different types of toolkits. And, you know, hopefully we'll have an intern who will be able to manage that over the summer. So look for it in the summer. But again, I think I've said it many times. Thank you so much again. Thank you for all of your interest. Thank you for your understanding and your kind words. Margaret, can I give you the floor for the last few minutes just to offer closing remarks? And last but not least, before Margaret closes, I want to thank my team, Global Fund for Widows. Elena Sanz, you were absolutely incredible in arranging absolutely everything from head to toe for this event. So thank you for that. Thank you so much to Freddie and to Abel in Malawi, our country directors, Abel in Malawi and Freddie in Kenya, for the incredible work and the presentation that you've done, and to our partner Diana, who's been there the whole entire step of the way. We also have Stephanie Dixon on, who is our marketing and communication strategist. So with that, Margaret Owen, I leave it with you.
Right, well, what a rich and wonderful meeting this has been. And Heather and everyone who works for Global Fund for Widows who's worked on it, many congratulations. The way you brought all these extraordinary people together. Well, that shows there's so much to share. There's so much we can all learn from each other. And what we really need to do now, I always remember Mary Robinson saying a few years ago at a panel I was on about violence against women and the oppression of women by patriarchy. In every country, there are serious men who understand that it damages the whole of society if women are treated like chattels. And of course, widows of all women are treated as if they're not human. They are dehumanized. So remember that in your country, everywhere. And I'm thrilled that we've had some lovely men on this program. We need more men with us, boys with us. It's really important that you try and even find religious leaders. Yes, a lot of religious leaders are traditional, conservative, don't want to budge, but they're new people coming up with new insights who understand. So get men and boys on your side. And then we got to do much more all the time. How do we change attitudes? That's the most difficult thing to do. So we've got to do it in every way. Help at the primary, even at the primary school. Let children understand how harmful it is to the whole of society to have this unbelievable attitude to widows. And I understand absolutely. I think it's a brilliant idea, everything that Heather has said. There are all these different organizations in Kenya. I love it the way you suggest that every month they meet. Everybody have some sort of hotline in each country so that all your different widows organizations get together. I hope I shall be in Kenya sometime in April after I've come back from the Congo. I hope I will come to Kenya and meet some of you. And also when I talk about, I met at the conference on preventing sexual violence in conflict when the government, my government here, my foreign office, refused to have any panels or even speak or mention widows. I was, through Eleanor Wadinobi, I was introduced to the wonderful Minister for Women's Affairs in Nigeria. And I'm sure in all of your countries, you must have women ministers on your side. And I do remember in Ghana, maybe 8 years ago, with Mama Zimbi, I came to Accra. There was a huge conference on widows. We thought that we could have a conference in that wonderful conference hall in Accra. And UN Women then wrote to that minister and she never answered. I don't know what, I remembered she was a lawyer and suddenly she wasn't interested in it. But I'm sure that there's a lot that you can do with your Ministry of Women's Affairs. However, and we've all understood this, everything must come from the bottom, from small. The widows, really, the rural widows, the illiterate widows, that's where they may be illiterate, they may be able not to read or write, but my goodness, they have the knowledge. They know what they want. They are articulate, even if they are illiterate. And we've got to help to hear their voices. And we've got to do a lot that we can do in our own donor countries to change the relationships between donors and recipients so that there are small, manageable funding that will go to the widows groups so that they can actually access capacity building training so that they learn how to have a computer or use the internet. There's lots that we have to do. And in the end, we come back to the funding. I won't say any more, but I just think it's been the most wonderful meeting here, you all. And I feel so humble and so grateful to Heather for inviting me to end this. And, you know, it's you in all your countries, you have the experience and the knowledge. And it's these voices that have got to come up from the bottom in your own countries at the grassroots, but come up eventually into the international community, into the Security Council, at UN Women, in the CEDAW, in Geneva, absolutely everywhere, and in the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, because remember, in conflict countries, IDP camps and refugee camps are filled with widows, half widows, and their children. They are in everywhere, and we have to do lots more to remember about the widows who are in these camps, who have least likelihood of ever getting out because they have no rights to land. They've left their villages. They're already condemned and ostracized by their own families. I'll stop there. I think this is absolutely wonderful. Keep in touch. Widows for Peace and Democracy. We're based in London. We have very little funding, but we are the umbrella for lots and lots of grassroots things. So go into our website, cr.ca, contribute, because that's what we need, the actual evidence of actual cases where actually domestic law in your countries, which actually condemns or prohibits violence to women, it's being broken all the time in the context of widowhood, land rights, inheritance rights, and so on. Thank you very much for letting me end this wonderful meeting, and please be in touch with us. Thank you, Heather, again. Congratulations.
Thank you, Margaret. Thank
Goodbye.
you all. Thank you to the team. Be safe, and we look forward to connecting offline. Thank you so much. Take care.
Goodbye,
Bye.
everyone.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye bye.
Bye, Helena. I'll talk to you later.
Especially